Because that's the face that Phantom always puts in chat.
So I gotta close out. I was watching The Batman on a streaming service, and I had to make sure I turned it off. Because, I enjoy watching The Batman.
Alright, what was my time, Mandie?
Is you're a nerd? 2 minutes.
It was not 2 minutes. Get the fuck out of here.
Get out of here.
You left at 57, and it is 59.
Did I leave at 57 on the dot, or was it like 57:45?
It might have been 57:30, so it might have been a minute and a half, but...
Oh man, not a minute and a half. What the boss?
Alright, minute and a half, whatever. I'll take minute 29 seconds just so I can, round it down to a minute. Yeah, so is Salty coming?
He
I
should.
haven't heard anything else from him.
As I heard you guys talking about it.
I mean, I hope he is. That'd be pretty cool. Just deal with it. Oh, thanks, Phantom. Thanks for that face.
I told you. Ew, gross.
Should put fucking sunglasses on now.
Nasty.
So we're just gonna be vibing here, everybody, while we're waiting on two folks to get here. So we're just gonna shoot the shit and make fun of Mandie, as always.
Not nice.
No, can we talk about Tumbleweed for a second? Because
Sure,
I mean,
yeah. I mean,
my
the fuck you wanna
God, I fucking feel so bad for her. I feel great for her boyfriend, but bad for her.
That's so fucked up. Like, come on.
What?
Like, you don't.
Listen, no, it's if I was her chiropractor, yes. But I mean, like, I'm not gonna fucking shit talk what she's got. That's terrible.
I'm not shit talking what she's got. I'm like, I feel
Astounded.
bad she's gotta carry that shit around.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
What did I walk back to?
Like,
Rage is
like
still stuck
bitch,
on.
dude.
Rage is still stuck on Morty from yesterday. Like,
I'm stuck on 5'2" and G cup. That's what I'm stuck on. Not just her, just 5'2" and G cup. Like, I feel bad for her.
Yeah.
She's a great fucking
When
person.
she came out.
She's awesome as shit, but that's gotta suck.
Yeah. It really does, actually.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm not talking shit about her.
No.
But no, I was talking to my wife about it, and I'm like, that's you with G cups. Like,
my back cramped up when you said that.
Right? I was like, you realize you could never ride me again, right? Because you would just smack me in the fucking face with them.
You just break your nose.
Yeah. I would come out of that bruised and battered, and not in a good way.
Come out a changed man, a man with a crooked nose.
Yeah.
It's already crooked. Maybe it'll fix it.
You'll come out as a new fucking Gallagher prop. Look at that fucking watermelon.
Jesus. No, but I don't know why fucking Chris did what he did. Like the bailing that he did and the way he did it.
Apparently his sister called him.
Oh, alright. I guess I'll let him have that one then.
Yeah, I got a text this morning and his sister kept him up all night.
I get that. Had to do that before.
That's fair.
Yeah, so the
I
project
had no idea that they were dating though. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, I kind of got it from context when she said it before, but like, I guess you didn't hear it when she had said it prior during the game.
Probably not. Yeah, I didn't hear it until at the end when I asked about it. And I'm like, I feel bad because I know I have a flirtatious personality.
Huh. Everyone does it.
Yeah, but you know me.
I know.
Like, I don't fucking mean to do it, but I do it. I just have no fucking filter. That's my problem.
I mean, at least you didn't get told you're not old enough to get hit on anymore. That was a sad day for me.
By
Stealth, were you not here
Mandie?
for that conversation?
That was Mandie that said that.
Yeah,
right?
it was Mandie that said
Yeah.
it. It was like during
No.
one of our nights of playing Sandstorm on Tuesdays when Salty still did his Tack Tuesdays, and
That's right.
we were talking
I was
about
there for that one.
fucking yeah, because we were all playing fucking Insurgency, and I think it was the day we came across that fucking chode that was making fun of everyone and was being a real jack off, and Mandie was
Yeah.
making him feel really uncomfortable, which was good because he was a piece of shit. But like, it was this
Make
whole
everyone
thing.
feel uncomfortable. It's
I-
fine.
When you go full fucking
I really
gremlin,
don't
yes.
you.
Like, yeah, Phantom was there. Phantom remembers too. Just dude is being an absolute shitter, and we wound up talking about ages, and we are like, oh yeah, like I'm a year behind Salty or whatever, and we're talking about this and the other thing, and then Mandy's like, oh, you're not over 31, and I was like, no, and she's like, well now I can't hit on you anymore. I was like, why? She's like, because you're just not old enough, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Bro, Mandie, like, I don't know why you even did that. That's fucked up. You're like kink shaming the guy, man. He might look like cougars, bro. Like, let the guy have his day.
Here's the thing. I think
Mandy's not
I
even
think I'm
here.
older than Mandy by like a couple months, or like,
No. I am 31, homie.
yeah. Again, I'm literally behind you by a couple of months.
You said ahead of.
You said older, yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I'm
Suck my
I'm
cock,
off.
bitch.
I'm literally off of your age by like a couple of months, and you were like, "Well, now I can't hit you anymore." And I'm like, "What? It's not like you're robbing the fucking cradle." I'm like, "Fucking 6 months behind you. Chill."
Yeah, shit. Me and Mrs. Rage are 4 years apart. She's 4 years older than I am.
Yeah, me and the wife are 2 years apart.
Yeah.
But yeah, but like the project I'm working on is this thing called a deck of many things, which
Salty's
is
live now.
nice. Which is a wondrous item you can get in D&D that it's basically like remember in Phasmophobia the tarot cards,
Yes.
kind
Yeah.
of like that in the same idea, except that it's an actual like deck of playing cards. And so each one has a different symbol and has a different effect. They're all super powerful in either both a balanced, positive, or negative way. Like in the standard deck of many things, there's a card called Donjon or Dajon, where if you draw it, you get fucking zooped out of your plane of existence and thrown in stasis somewhere else. And the only way for the party to find you is to cast a wish spell, which are super rare to find in the world. Because you just get fucking zipped. You're in stasis somewhere. And they're like, oh fuck, well now we gotta go find you. And there's been a whole bunch of variations. There's one custom deck someone did that was like all goose themed. So it was like all the cards were made to be about gooses. So like they're a little bit milder than like the standard deck, but that was kind of the whole
Thanks,
shtick.
Salty.
But I'm
I can't hear you.
designing custom cards that I'm
That
gonna
was
be
fucked.
painting up. I currently designing. I'm redesigning the artwork for the 22 standard, and then I'm designing the rules and the artwork for 16 customs I'm be putting into the deck as well.
Oh, nice.
Like I have all of my pages of my sketches here that I did in broad scale. So I basically have guidelines. And so it's fucking pages and pages. It's 6 or 7 pages of it. Just different types of artwork, different styles of the sigils, and kind of making it easy because I'm going to be doing micro acrylic painting, like basically like what I did from miniatures.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I'm trying to make sure the designs are big enough that I can get the brushes in, but small enough that I can keep detail.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. Like, none of you all know what just transpired.
Fill me in. What happened?
Oh, I had a sub-anniversary for Salty. He had one for me. I had it, like, ready to go. I had "fuck you" written there. All was waiting is for him to come into this fucking channel so I could hit, send.
You could just do
And
it.
he fucking didn't. He did mine, bitch, and I just hit enter and did "fuck you" to him. So we both had our sub alerts going off at the same time. The same shit. I'm like, oh, he ruined my plan, but this is kind of better.
Y'all fucking dorky dicks.
And I've known that motherfucker way too long. I've known fucking Stealth way too fucking long. My freshman year of high school.
Yeah. My sophomore.
Yeah, that was something that the wife brought up to me the other day, which was really weird to look at. It's like, I don't have friends from like that age group. From like 18 years old and younger, I got nobody, nothing. Because I moved from New England to Virginia when I was like 10. I had one friend that I was really close with up there. I had one. His name was Ben, and I can't remember his fucking last name for the life of me. If I looked at where I used to live on Google Maps, I can tell you exactly what house he lived in, and like where I fucking crashed his dirt bike when we were doing motocross. Yeah. Like, I can tell you all that. I can't remember his fucking last name for the life of me. I can tell you, like, what fucking hole-the-wall Mexican joint we went to when we used to go to competitions with his dad that had, like, a weird-tasting lemonade. Like, I can give you all that shit. I can't remember his fucking name nor his face or if he's alive or dead.
See, I have 4, and that's mostly my entire friend group.
Mm-hmm. It's like
IRL friends. No offense to you and Mandy.
I mean, that's fine.
Wow.
Like, the people
in
in high school...
Total offense meant for you. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself.
Total offense to
When
you,
and where, baby doll?
We'll have to get with Salty.
We'll have to
about
clear
that
the
one.
schedule. We'll have to figure out a day.
Secret in the Eiffel Tower.
Mandy's a grown-ass woman. She can do whatever the fuck she wants.
No. We gotta get the Eiffel Tower going on. I wasn't saying that I had to, like, ask you if I could. I had to get with you so we could.
Yeah, fair enough.
By the way, you're a fucking asshole. You ruined my plan, but yet what happened was so much better.
What plan?
Dude, I had that fucking sub alert ready to go. I had "fuck you" written in it and everything, waiting for you to get in here and say hi so I could hit it so you could hear a fucking thing.
Oh.
And yeah, you hit mine, so all I had to do was hit enter.
Yeah. Well, I just figured that I would go ahead and
Yeah.
Cosmic Jimmy. Jesus fucking Christ. How many goddamn name changes is he gonna go through?
This is 3? 3 or 4?
I gotta actually sit down one day and figure out what the fuck's going on with my camera, because it don't want to work.
Yeah, I tested my camera today. It works fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably just angry because I haven't been using it.
Do you mean you're gonna have to sit down one day and figure it out, or sit down one day and call me so I can figure it out?
Huh?
I mean, probably the latter.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had my headset off. I figured since my camera wasn't on that I could take my shirt off.
Oh.
I mean,
Oh, well,
yes. I mean, technically, yes.
Yeah, I get
And then all of a sudden, the camera comes on. Just out of nowhere.
Technically.
The camera all of a sudden works as soon as he does it.
Yeah. As soon as the shirt comes off, camera fucking clicks back
on. Fucking
well,
sirens in the distance. The fucking Twitch police are coming for it. TOS!
TOS police.
TOS police, fucking Christ. Alright, so, since I know we're waiting on Riexis and Nosh, they'll be here hopefully in the next few minutes. But we're going to go ahead and get a recap for all of our friends and viewers in the chat and in the lobby at this time. So, last session, I know we skipped the last week. That was because I was down with the sickness, and it sucked. It was not great. In the words of my friend Alex that called me to check on me from Ohio, was, "You sound like you gargled fucking glass shards." And I was like, thanks. That's exactly how I feel. So big preach on that.
Too many blowjobs.
Too many, just way too many, man. Salty
What
spirit
up,
to
Ethan?
everyone over the internet. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Dark Phantom. But yeah, so the session before last, basically the party went to a abandoned encampment. Basically, after talking to the guard captain, being like, "All right, we need to get to the old keep. We need to find this artifact. We basically need to get the resources, materials, etc., necessary to do so." The guard captain basically told you that his chief engineer had been taken, and that he had been taken to a abandoned encampment that he believed was abandoned encampment to the northwest. You guys went and got supplies, gathered yourselves together, and hustled out. Where you went and basically found a nice camping spot and went and started taking a look through it. And you saw that the reports that you had gotten weren't exactly 100% correct. This was definitely a very large encampment. It was not something that's like, oh, it's a tiny little thing. And it seemed to be a symbiotic relationship between bandits and the civilians that were living there, where they had teams leaving to gather supplies and coming back. And you guys waited for a significant number of hours outside, waiting for the dead of night. You found some interesting creatures in the woodline as you made your way to the Iron Gate, where we had a couple of things happen once you guys got there. We had Mandie trip Finrod, and he got bounced like a fucking quarter off Tovar's ass. Tovar then knocked very politely on the gate, where you guys found that the commander of the bandits was basically building this small town, essentially, as a rehabilitation, quote-unquote, center for people who no longer want to be pawns in someone else's game. Basically, bandits who don't want to be bandits anymore. They want to be useful. So all of them are basically being rehabilitated. The civilians that are there are basically people who are helping build and run the town. And the chief engineer wasn't kidnapped. He was saved from a couple of creatures that had run amok and had cornered him, and they happened to be close by to kind of get him out. And that they had been patiently waiting for you to come and introduce yourselves, as they kind of knew you were sitting about 20 feet off the edge of the footpath for like 8-9 hours, as a couple of patrols passed by you. And there was like, they'll come in eventually, I guess. It's fine. It's fine.
Quick tidbit. I love that you say that I politely knocked on the door when, in fact, the door ended up getting ripped off
Yeah,
the
yeah.
hinges.
You politely knocked in the sense that you broke the fucking lock politely, and then went and knocked at the next gate behind it. Was like, hello, it is me, Tovar. I can walk through shit by breaking it. So, it was politely. It could have been way worse. For a barbarian, that was pretty polite.
Just breaks locks by hand,
Just
walks in, you know?
Breaks the first one and then knocks on the second one and just doesn't break the second one. It's like, that's pretty polite. That's pretty good. Good man.
Demands to speak to their leader.
Again, all on par for a barbarian. It could have gone way worse, way faster.
Just
started fucking throwing shit. Just throw the gate at people. Fucking straight falcon kick through it. You know, the fucking means, my guy. You know?
Could have fucking bounced Finrod off the booty over at them, you know?
You know, just catapulted them. Fucking Super Smash Bros. Style. Just ding. Like an octane jump pad. It would have been terrifying.
Octane jump pad. That's so bad.
So
I'm imagining like Kung Fu Panda when he's like skadoosh and he does the belly thing, but instead of the belly, he's just bouncing him off of his ass.
It's Tovar like just hitting someone with his ass at just the right angle, just like launching them into this distance. Oh, God,
I know how I'm gonna kill my next person.
So you guys, you pulled the chief engineer back, where he basically told you that he wasn't kidnapped, he was saved, and you know, just happened to be helping them out while he was waiting on someone to come, you know, get him back, essentially. So, you get him back, you bring him back. You let the guard captain know what was going on so no one else goes there with aggression. And that they basically want to be left alone and that they will help the best they can with what they have to help the Black Marsh Keep kind of get itself up on feet. And that if the leader or the commander and the guard captain come to agreement, they actually may move into the Black Marsh Keep to take up residence there to help bring the population back up and fix the logistics as well as the guard situation in the Black Marsh Keep. So, because of your actions, you kind of set a couple of good things in motion that will come up later. But when you brought the chief engineer back, you were brought to the war room with the guard captain, the chief engineer, and yourselves. And it was basically like, okay, how are you going to get to the old keep? Because you had basically two choices in front of you. You could either use the chief engineer's material supplies, and you'd have to go to a couple of the neighboring keeps to get additional manpower and materials to essentially build a reusable pontoon bridge to make it across multiple rivers within the delta to get to the old keep, basically taking the as the crow flies path, essentially. Just a straight fucking line from A to B. But you would need more guards to keep the bridges working, or if you use one reusable bridge, you're going to need people to put it out, pick it up, put it out, pick it up, taking a lot of time doing so. The other option was that the chief engineer let you in on a secret that the last engineer pathway that is still open runs through the center of the delta, but all of its natural bridges are still somewhat standing, or standing enough that a small team could get across them, and that it does kind of wind through the marsh, but it is a direct line from the new keep to the old one. But unfortunately, compared to a 2-kilometer pontoon bridge march, you're looking with this pathway about a 4 to 5 kilometer march by foot through the marshlands. That, for what you understand, have been basically corrupted by magical radiation that's been coming down from the old keep itself. And so you guys wound up choosing to take the Special Forces group, basically 12 soldiers that are specifically trained to deal with the situation, and that you guys were going to take the engineer's pathway that you knew was going to be a little bit longer, it was going to take you a little bit longer to get there, but at least you know that it would be a straight shot, and that hopefully by the time you get the keep kind of sorted under your control, that the chief engineer would be able to get at least some bridges built to help make your exfil a little easier, if they're at all able to do so without your presence. So yeah, and you named your task force Taskforce BOOGLE, and that's where we left last session. So we now currently stand in the Citadel, with the guard captain and the 12 Catachan warriors with him that are going to be sent with you guys into the marshlands to basically make it to the old keep. And also, Finrod did help make sure you guys bought everything that you would require last session, so that's one step you won't have to deal with today.
Yeah. Got shiny new armor.
And, you know, health potions, among other things. Sustainment is key.
Yes.
Sustainment.
I like how Nosh is like, you can start without me if you need it. Like, we're already fucking, like, recap, getting ready to start and shit.
That's why I just said okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I usually give you guys, like, I usually start my stream about 10 minutes before the timer, and then we usually start about 15 after, because that's about the run-of-the-mill for other D&D streams, too. It just gives everyone a window, you know?
Yeah. Hey, Mandie.
What?
Did you notice on the D&D Beyond how they have D&D Beyond?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I clicked on it on accident, too. It's really pretty.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you saw it.
I did, thank you.
Strange, but okay.
What? It's all pride colored.
Ah. I was just like...
Yeah, it's actually kind of cool.
I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just making sure that I noticed.
Ooh, I get 3 rages. I forgot about that.
Yes, you do.
Ooh,
You
fancy.
have all the rages
Well,
now.
Or if you really like want to
So
think
it's
about
time to rage, stealth rage, and who's the third?
it. Ah, I beat you to the joke.
Ah.
Ah.
Ah. Rex is coming in with the goddamn jokes. Ah.
I'm telling you though, like I was telling Phantom, like if you fucking give me the opportunity, how do you want to do this? Fucking someone's getting bounced far away on the butt cheeks.
So, someone's getting fucking bounced.
You'll have to bounce me. Go tell the elf.
You'll have to bounce me.
Apparently Riexis is volunteering his tribute.
Oh, Jesus. We're
Which
gonna
I would think.
have a Helm's Deep reenactment.
Oh my god, bouncing a dwarf off your ass cheeks.
Yeah. To launch me
God.
at the enemy.
Yeah, man.
He'd be the perfect one, man. Like shotgun
God.
at that point.
Could you imagine if we ever got as popular as fucking like the Vox Machina people?
Oh my god. Even if
That'd
we
be
only got like
terrifying.
quarters popular, that would be great.
We would
No,
end up
but I'm
being
saying,
canceled.
like, I'm saying, because they fucking turned it into like a movie or some shit, didn't
Right?
Yeah, they
Well,
turned
it's
it into a
it's
series,
yeah.
they? Yeah, so imagine if like we got our own series and we just went through all of this shit for fucking like, and we got to see it like drawn out and shit. Oh, my
God,
fucking
that'd be
god.
terrifying.
It would be awesome. We would have our pilot episode and every network would be like, nope.
And fucking nope.
YouTube.
We would end up on Skinamax.
End up on fucking
Skinamax.
4chan.
Oof.
That's where it would end up, is fucking 4chan.
Nah, yeah. It would.
No.
Not fortune. No. No.
Is 4chan even a fucking thing anymore?
I guess probably.
It would definitely be on Reddit.
Princesses of the internet never truly vanish.
Yeah, 100% it could end up on Reddit. Alright,
And everything's on Reddit.
let's not let this turn into a fucking just...
Oh, then we're gonna have some
section.
fucking Rule 34 shit about it too? Oh god.
Oh, no, stop it.
There's already a
you
perfect...
bitched at
Rule
me.
34.
You bitched at me about manifesting it and putting it into the world, and then you're sitting right here doing the same shit.
Dude, the rule of Rule 34 is
Hold on.
if it exists,
Hold on.
there's porn of it. Like, I
Hold
mean,
on. Hold on, there's already a good setup for Rule 34 too. It's the trip. It's the fucking trip.
Oh my.
It's the trip.
instead of
I
bouncing off your ass, just right into eating ass. Like,
Oh, God.
No.
What have we become? We've
sorry,
fallen into
Finrod.
the same trench as everyone before us.
everyone's been in Tovar's ass.
God damn it.
Alright, so
Alright.
so you guys were basically left where we left you guys were in the room, waking up the next morning after a long rest, meeting with the guard captain and the 12 Catachan soldiers. The chief engineer basically told you how to find the pathway. That it is very discreetly marked, but basically once he explains to you what you're looking for, whether landmarks, flags, certain shaped rocks, etc., that it becomes relatively clear of how you can find it. And so you stand in front of these 12 soldiers that are basically going to be assigned to you for the majority of this mission, as you're going to be basically having them help you and back you up, as you're going to be going into some pretty dense areas. And so they stand in front of you, and they look like some tough hombres. They look like these guys were born and bred the bayou and could fist fight a black caiman without thinking about it. Like, these guys look like every day is their worst day, and they have beaten every single one of them. It is impressive how not only strong and how just stonewall these people look in the terms of just nothing phases them. And so you're kind of introduced to them. They don't really say anything to you. They just kind of grunt as they're just here to do a job. They're not here to make small talk. And the guard captain basically tells you that if you have all your supplies, here are the troopers. You know where the pass starts. Once you leave, we're going to start getting materials necessary to get the bridges up. So hopefully by the time that you make it to the keep and you clear it out and you take control of it, we would have the bridges up so you can then come back an easier route than going back the way you came. Yes, if you have any questions or concerns, now is the time to say so.
I have a question.
Okay.
Apparently, my reckless attack went away.
I mean, your reckless attack went away.
I don't have it as one of my options. I have frenzy attack, but I
Oh,
don't
did you
have,
upgrade.
like, it's not.
Oh, it's already in there. It's because you get it normally.
Yeah, but like, I get unarmed strike normally as well. That's what I'm saying. Is like it shows me unarmed strike, but it doesn't show like it shows
'Cause-
frenzy attack, rage.
Reckless attack is just a feature. It's underneath your features and traits. It's not
Oh,
an action. Like
gotcha.
you don't burn anything to use it. It's just you go, I'm using my reckless attack this turn.
Okay, I got you. I
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah, so anything that's not in your actions that you're like, okay, can I do this? It's underneath your features and traits because it's all your class stuff.
Okay. Oh, I got dangers. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Anyone else? Questions, comments, concerns, either in or out of character before you head out?
I'm ready to go into the pain.
Yeah, I mean I'm good.
Ready to head
that-
into the pain dome.
Just waiting for the granddaddy.
Ready?
All right. So, if you all believe yourselves ready and that you have everything that you are going to need for your journey, he wishes you luck and steps out of the room, leaving you with the 12 Katachan warriors. And you guys make your way out towards the starting point of the pathway. And I was on a fence about how I was going to do this for you guys. I was like, should I draw a 4 to 5 kilometer pathway and just have you slowly move markers? I was like, no, I could barely have them move markers during normal combat. So I was not going to do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to calculate the distance that you walk on my end, and we'll just play along with it. It's going to be great.
Do we get a pretty picture to look at?
Yes.
Yeah, it's my face, obviously.
Oh god, it's
Obviously.
Florida.
Again, we've talked about this. You were in the corrupted marshlands.
I was just
So-
waiting for it.
Everglades, got it.
Yeah, basically. Like,
If you see a log, don't step on it. It
Kick
might
it.
bite back.
Just kick it.
Yeah, just kick it, yeah.
I got some nice little.
We're at
And Tovar, you just use your ass.
Yeah.
Stuff I just use your- And I got some little ambience music in the background going.
That's gonna be the new thing is fucking instead of use your head, it's just gonna be use your ass.
Use your ass, Tovar. Use your ass. Ugh. Alright, so, basically, long way
Bouncing
short.
fucking arrows off my ass.
Jesus, that's
Gotta
gonna
get
become
from
your
your
shtick.
shit.
Finrod's gonna be trying to like catch arrows and like deflect them. You're like, I have the deflection. You're just like, "Boo."
Yeah.
That's
Some
it.
steel.
You would be like Captain America instead of being like, that's America's ass. Like, that's Etheria's ass right there.
See, you went
You're
there,
the
I went with the
Etheria.
red devil from Cow and Chicken.
Exactly, that
My
guy
mind
too.
went
Yeah.
in a completely different direction. I instantly went to the freaking frying pan from
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that too. Yeah. I mean, it's-
Tovar don't need no
there's-
pan. Tovar's
Nope.
got buns.
I mean, there's so many ways to cut that. It's hilarious. So, You guys make it to the starting of the entrance
I'm
pathway.
sorry, was that a fart joke?
No, but this is.
What? Jesus. Sounds like you might need to go check
You were,
your
I was
drawers,
saying,
sir.
you were talking about like me shitting myself on stream. You just did it.
Hey, there's no orchards, are there?
There's no orchard.
There might be a couple orchids though. You can look at the trees.
I don't
Tova
want to read.
angry at orchards. Tova cannot read. He believes orchids come to kill him, not orchards. No, there are no orchards. You won't have to worry about your illiteracy getting in the way of you completing the mission. So, you guys find the start of the pathway, and you see that it is a combination of a cleared dirt path with some natural bridges in between. And so
Looks
for the
like a lot of water I'm looking at.
well, this is a generalized picture. Okay, I'm not gonna get you a picture for every section of the fucking pathway. Okay, use your brain
God
bits. Listen to the
damn it.
narrator. And
Why
you,
do you think I chose a barbarian? There's not much brain bits there.
there's no brain bits. I only do squishy crunchies.
Yeah.
Um,
The
so
druid stole the brain.
Druid stole my
I'm just saying,
brain.
considering him and Mandie share brain cells.
Yeah.
So, you guys start down the pathway, and the first 100 or so meters leading deeper into the delta is mostly a dirt path with a couple of natural bridges going over some smaller rivers. As you guys step out, you can tell that it is early morning, and so for the most part it is daytime, and so the fog has set in and is having issues going through the canopy, so there's a lot of shade. But you can feel the humidity and the temperature rising as you guys continue going. You make it about 300 or so meters further down the pathway, and you notice that the foliage has become thicker. You see that there is a singular stick planted in the ground to the right of the pathway, which seems to be a piece of red cloth tied on it. And one of the troopers that's with you kind of goes up to it as you guys have been walking single file down this pathway, goes up to it and basically nods to the rest of his group, and then looks to you and says, "We enter the danger zone here," where essentially past this point is where it is considered the red zone, the danger zone. And so you're going to have to be on your toes and kind of watch out for things that will go bump in the woods, so to speak. You can also tell that past this point, the trees and the marsh seem to get much thicker in coverage, where the underbrush seems to block off a lot of sight lines to your side. The trees, though some of them are dead, some of them are alive, still block out a lot of the canopy. There is a couple of spots that you can see that are clear as the trees have died or lost their branches and look very much like a normal marsh, but along your pathway it seems to be made along the heavier forested areas to allow for those bridges and those pathways to be built and to withstand erosion and weathering and things along that line. And so you continue walking. And so you walk for a couple of minutes. You clear 100 or so meters. You're taking your time. You're keeping your eyes on everything. And you see that around you is a variation of different types of trees. You see a lot of elms. You see some oaks. You see some maples. You see some other decarious and coniferous tree types that have kind of sprung up. Some of them look corrupted and twisted. Their bark kind of changed at certain angles, as if either the tree tried to grow towards the sun or something forced it to grow a different direction. You see that there are bamboo shoots in certain areas, where there are smaller bamboo forests around certain areas that have kind of sprung up and have just basically found their homes along the coast of the pathway. Basically just making it so that they've settled in as they found it easy to grow there. And the first stop you come to is a little roundish clearing that has water on either side. That is mostly bamboo shoots kind of sitting around it. And that it looks relatively open. The grass is still a little tall, but it looks padded down in some places if something may have come through here. But you see that all of you are accounted for. So what do you do?
I would like to send out the BOOGLE to investigate.
Alright. You send out... Do you send out all 4 or just 1?
And I send out 2.
Okay.
BOOGLE would likely just be standing watch at the perimeter somewhere, keeping an eye out.
Yeah, so for this section, basically, for what we're going to be doing here, if you don't say anything, I'm going to assume that you guys are basically just passively looking and listening and basing all of your action on your passive perception. If you have any active things you'd like to do, you can go ahead and say them. So, like, if you're just watching and waiting, I will let you know if you hear or see anything, because I know what you guys' passives are. Otherwise, if you want active stuff to do, like Mandie saying out the BOOGLE, or you physically checking something, you just speak up. That way we don't have to kind of keep going through the same listing of actions. But Mandie, you send out 2 of your BOOGLE, and they go forward and they kind of circle around this clearing, looking rather intently for things. They believe something has been here because you're in the marsh. Everything's alive near you. Everything seems to be bigger or strange. You hear the calls of birds that seem warped in the way that it comes through the trees. You had what looked to be a cicada fly past you that seemed to be 3 or 4 times normal size. You saw a frog that you thought was a bullfrog at first, but it looked like it was just a standard swamp frog, but was easily the size of a basketball, just kind of minding its own business in the water. It's just the life forms here seem really strange and oddly twisted. But the BOOGLE doesn't find anything of interest as it's kind of meandering around.
Okay.
So it seems like the clearing's safe then?
So it seems.
Just saying, that's a big ass bullfrog. God damn.
Alright, so we're sitting in front of a clearing, just trying to see if it's safe to keep going, yes?
Yeah, basically to just see if it's safe to step into it or hang out for a second, get your bearings, make sure you're going the right way, etc.
Okay. And then from what it looks like what you were saying with Finrod, is that it looks like it could be safe?
Yep, it seems clear. The BOOGLE isn't reacting to anything, and you guys don't see anything, so...
Yeah. So do you guys want to take a short break or keep going?
I mean, let's keep going.
No, keep going.
Yeah, you guys haven't been going super long where you'd have to take a rest. You've only gone about 600 meters or so. It's just that it's felt a lot longer because of how slow you've had to go due to footing issues or just how thick the foliage is.
Gotcha.
And so just you're basically making sure the clearing is okay for you to pass through and then get to the rest of the path and keep going. Yeah, you guys step into the clearing. It looks and seems fine. You step through it and nothing pops up, nothing shows its face. You hear a couple of frogs near the border, but the BOOGLE circles back up with you and you keep on going. And so, so you guys basically keep on going for a little bit. You go for about another 50 or so meters. And, Rage, you hear what sounds like a twig snap behind you.
Fuck, why's it gotta be me?
Because you probably have like one of the higher perceptions.
Yeah, so, Rage, you hear a twig snap behind you. What do you do with it?
I ready my bow and look behind us, while also telling who's the next person here, because we don't have people here, so we don't have tokens.
Yeah, so you basically,
Tell the next person in front of me.
you essentially just tell the rest of your group, you're like, hey, something, like, what was that? And you turn, and you remember that there was 3 troopers behind you that were walking with you, because each of you essentially got 2 or 3 guys to basically stick with you, so you broke up the formation. But as you look behind you, Rage, you see 2.
Hey, where
The
did the
hills
third guy
am
go?
Okay, so he alerted us. I would like to set the BOOGLE out to see if they can sense anything.
Sure. How many weasels are you sending out?
I'm gonna do all 4 of them.
Okay. So, you send out all 4 of the weasels. Basically, go see what the fuck just happened. Because it was the last guy in the line. You heard a twig snap, Rage turned around, and there was no third guy anymore. And so, the build was out, and you can't really seem to find anything. But only 3 returned.
Did you just take one of my BOOGLE away?
I don't know.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go investigate this, because I'm not leaving a BOOGLE behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with her with my bow
I,
drawn.
noticing this, use divine sense to attempt to detect any fiends or undead within 50 feet.
Sure. You do that, Coverall, and you don't sense anything within those categories. So you don't sense anything out of the ordinary. You do feel that this land has a very, I guess in the lack of a better term, a bad vibe that you as a paladin are getting. So something is messing with the life forms here. There's some kind of magic or powers that be going on behind the scenes. But you can't detect anything specifically, but you do get a bad vibe. The marsh has not passed the vibe check.
On that, I will convey. I cannot sense anything specific, but the idea is unsettling. There's something wrong with everything.
So, Mandie, you go to investigate. Coverall is behind Rage. Rage is behind Mandie. As you have the 2 troopers with you that were behind Rage kind of moving towards where you imagine one of the weasels went missing and where that trooper went missing. And as you come up to the spot, you can see clearly in the ground that there are claw marks pulling from the center to the edge of the path. They look about the claw size of your weasel. Like, you recognize it immediately, Mandie. You know what it is.
I follow it.
Yeah.
Can I use Primeval Awareness?
Going after my BOOGLE.
Yes. So give me your skill description there, Rage.
It's just any aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, thieves, or undead are present within 1 mile.
Alright, so with your very, very good senses, you can tell that, again, this land has not passed the vibe check. It is super unsettling. And you feel like there are aberrations around you, like there are some kind of twisted life forms existing in this marsh, but they don't give off that same feeling that a actual aberration you have fought before has given you. These just kind of seem off, like almost an uncanny feeling, like it's there but it's not. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But you can tell
I know
there
something's
are
up, but I don't know what.
Yeah, it's like you can sense it, but it's not the full feeling you usually get. And so you know that there's a few of those signatures in this area. That there's a bunch of weird shit in this marsh, and it's definitely triggering your spidey sense. Like the feathers on the back of your neck are standing straight up. Like it is not a good feeling to be having. Like,
Yeah, this is giving me a really bad feeling, guys.
and so, Rage,
You gotta take care of it.
You're looking all the way around with Cavral behind you, who's watching your back, with the two troopers behind you guys, basically making sure that nothing comes up behind you. Mandie, you're leading the way, following the claw marks, and you go about 6-8 feet off the path, kind of following the marks in the ground as it looks like something was trying to claw its way back to the path, but was being dragged away. And you see the weasel sitting in this very small open area between a few trees. It's moving a little bit, but it seems just exhausted. That whatever tried to take it just, I don't want to say sapped its life. It got really fucking tired fighting for its life, go figure. But it's there, and it seems uninjured for the most part. And you're about 6 feet away from it.
Maybe do not run up to it.
We do like a perception check to see if we notice anything kind of still in the area.
Yeah, so Salty, you, Nosh, and Finrod are with the rest of the group, basically holding your position on the pathway. So you guys can give me perception to see if there's anything fucking going on around you.
You got an 11.
Alright, so Tovar and Finn, you both notice another shape in the water. The water's been relatively calm near you, about 8 feet or so away from the pathway, where basically goes to tall grass and then definitely marsh. And you just see these two little eyes above the water, attached to what looks to be a very rough red skin. It looks like a very small creature, much like the large basketball-sized frog you saw earlier. But you can see it kind of staring you down. You don't notice anything else really in the area around you, but you do notice that off to your right about 6 feet away.
Oh, this creature's just staring at us, man.
Yeah. I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little uneasy. It's just like staring at us right now.
Take a rock and throw it at it?
Sure, roll the hit with the rock. Actually, no, I'll just let you dare to declare it. You pick up a rock and you just huck it at the creature, and you hit the water next to it, and you see the eyes drop into the water, and
the water next to it.
You hit the water just next to it. Oh, fuck you. Alright, so hold on. I was like, oh, narratively declare it. We're going to make it cool. And you're just like, no, I'm just going to roll in that 20. So you pick up a little pebble and you just do a nice little wrist flick. And you skip it across the water and you pelt it right between the eyes. And you see it kind of dip down and then come back up, its eyes kind of blinking. just kind of, what the fuck? And you start to see the shape move slowly towards the shore, kind of bobbing as it's going through the water. And it reaches the shoreline and it kind of hops up. And it's another, like, basketball-sized frog. It's a big motherfucker. Its skin is dark red, and it has orange spots all over it. And when it exits the water, it seems to have these weird, almost vapor traces coming off of it that seem to also be orange color.
You did not. You talked with Phantom way too much yesterday.
Yeah.
Jesus
What?
fuck.
Don't worry
No,
about
not
it.
Dark Phantom.
Don't spoil
Dark
it.
Phantom.
Don't spoil it.
I'm not. I'm
You'd
not.
be angry
I'm
about
not.
it. You have your own shit to deal with. You have to prepare for that shit.
Oh, that's very true. Can I run an investigation check on that, by the way?
Yeah,
Investigate the area around it?
so basically, those two are dealing with the frog. The three of you, the three of you are now dealing with the weasel in the little clearing. So yeah, so if you want to roll investigation or perception to see if it's clear, move up by all means.
I would also like to move up to be within 5 feet of Mandie.
Yes, I imagine that you did previously, but yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I figured we were all like arm's length away. That's what I was assuming.
All right, so Mandie and Rage, you two see with your eye bits that nothing really seems to be peculiar around the weasel. It just seems very tired. Whatever attacked it or pulled it away seems to have left it alone, for the most part that you can tell. And there's nothing around it that screams danger.
Fucking Phantom. You said I should have said I bounced a rock from my ass to this creature.
Jesus. I mean, you would have killed it at that point. Mandie, do you want to go up and grab your weasel while I cover?
I am going to very cautiously go up to my weasel.
I'm moving up with it.
I ready my bow behind you both.
So, Koval and Mandie, you two move up very cautiously. As you make it past this tree that's on your left, you hear a gurgling noise, and kind of like something trying very hard to breathe. And as you look, you see that it's the trooper that was taken previously. And he is covered in some kind of goo, ooze, slime, whatever the fuck you want to call it. He's covered in something, and it seems that his skin is being burned away in patches from whatever this thing has hit him. And he just looks to you as he's trying to essentially speak, and just says, "Run," as he tries to get it out. And as he does get this single word out, he seems to kind of fade away, but he seems to be somewhat still conscious for the most part. But he's definitely not in any kind of fighting shape. You try to kind of inquisit of what attacked him, what ran after him, and he can't tell you. He is just covered in what looks to be acid burns and what looks to be lacerations all over his upper body.
I swear to God, if this is a carnivorous moose horse, I'm gonna fucking slap you.
Not a moose horse, no. I'm not bringing that shit in. That's a whole nother bag of potatoes. That is not my stuff. That went into the mental palace. That is not going into the game. That's for my Sunday, guys. Yeah, so what do you guys do?
I would, overall, do you want to run and grab him, and I will run and grab my BOOGLE, my weasel?
I mean, I can try to pull him out. He's kind of like glued in place by this. Yeah. I should continue character first.
The accent!
It looks like he's a little bit stuck, but I'll do my best. And then I move over to attempt to help him while still keeping an eye out, because I don't know what the fuck happened to him.
So, Mandie, you make it to the weasel. Coverall, you make it to the trooper. Coverall, when you're a little closer to the trooper, you realize that he's not really stuck. He's kind of sitting against the tree, and whatever is on him isn't adhering him. It's just that it's covering him from whatever attacked him. So he's relatively easy to move. You're very careful on how you do it, and you're just kind of looking to see what kind of injuries he has. And you don't see anything additional upon closer inspection that you saw from the distance you were before. And it looks like you can move him if you want to try.
First of all, I would like to use my lay on hands to heal him, because he's in pretty bad condition.
Yeah. So, so you can roll for that if you so wish. I'll let you do is narrative declare because it's an NPC. I'm not going to have you do math for an NPC.
Okay. When the lay on hands works, don't I just have like a 15 HP pool?
Yeah, so you just say whatever you want for him. So just however you want to dedicate.
I'll give him 10 HP.
Cool. So you're preparing that. You're kind of tending to him. Mandie, you get up to the weasel. And you see that nothing's really stuck to it. It's not covered in the same gook the trooper is. It just seems to be taking a lay down right now in the grass, trying to kind of get its bearings back together.
Okay.
But you see, hold on, you see to your left as you approach the weasel that something shimmers in the light a couple feet to your left that you see as you kneel down. And it seems to look like almost like a strand of, I guess you could call it like almost thick mucus kind of hanging from the tree and kind of coming down to the base of it, just kind of not bellowing, but like moving in the wind, air, whatever you want to fucking call it. It's moving a little bit, so there's motion to it, and the light's catching the droplets on it, and it catches your eye for an instant. You can see that it's a couple inches across, diameter-wise. It's just kind of sitting there. But you're able to get up to the weasel, and you're able to pick it up. And you see that the only thing that's really wrong with it is that it seems that its right leg's a little screwy. It must have been what was pulled. But its back right leg seems to be covered in some kind of slime, essentially. But otherwise, there's no major injuries to it.
Okay, I would like to have the other 3 weasels take care of their sibling. And I would like to slowly back away from the slime.
Yeah, so you put the weasel essentially on top of one of the other ones, and the 3 of them carry it back towards the pathway where Tovar and Nashafi is here. You'd hear the weasels coming back to you guys from Mandie's position where she last was. But they do that. And then, Mandie, as you back away and you turn around, you see that Coverall is basically preparing and working on this guy. He's doing his lay on hands, his paladin job. He seems to be trying to get him back up to arms. And Coverall, as you're working on him, and you see that Mandie's coming back to you, and you're getting ready to either move this guy or pick him up and get him up, whatever your plan is going to be, his eyes seem to track something above you, and his mouth kind of opens to scream as you see what looks to be this bamboo shoot go just straight through his jawbone, through his spine, into the tree behind him.
Nice.
And you follow it up, and you can't see anything in the canopy, but it seems to be attached to something. And the 3 of you notice that as you pull back, now being startled by whatever the fuck just struck this trooper and killed him outright, that there is a shape in the canopy kind of coming into view. The strand you saw prior, Mandie, seems to wiggle away from the tree and seems to retract the bottom of the strand, almost looking like a weird gripping prehensile hand as it's basically retracts up into the canopy, and you see this oval shape above you kind of close up as these multiple strands that you see now all retract into its body.
What in the absolute fuck?
Well, what would you like to do, Coverall?
Well, can't really do much for a dead man. I don't know what the fuck that thing is, but I feel like it's probably trying to retreat.
Okay. So you would like to run?
Technical retreat, yeah.
Perfect. Sounds good to me. Let's go.
As you guys start to pull back, kind of keeping your eyes on the clearing, you see that there are 5 other what look to be bamboo shoot trees start to move and kind of pick up and place themselves back down as the oval shape in the canopy that looks just to be a dark shape seems to move slowly towards you guys as these bamboo shoots that you can tell now are its legs.
I would like to fire an arrow at the oval.
Roll the hit.
Ah, taking shit.
You fire an arrow at the shape, and you just fucking like, nope, and you just hear the arrow whiz past whatever it is you're firing at, as you see the legs kind of pull up and then set back down. But it doesn't seem to continue making motion towards you. It seems to keep that one leg kind of braced into the tree where that trooper was, and the other one seemed to just kind of move up to help stabilize it, but doesn't seem to move any closer to you, as you guys are basically retreating to the pathway. And so, you guys tactically retreat away from whatever the fuck that creature was, as we swap to Finrod and Tovar staring down this large red-skinned frog that is now a few feet from them, now staring at you with a very cartoonish bump in between its eyes.
I don't fucking like the way it's looking at me. I don't like that it fucking looks smelly.
You definitely made him angry since you hit him in between the eyes.
You better fuck off, otherwise I'm gonna fucking golf swing his ass back into the water where he came from.
And you hear it start to croak, but it doesn't sound like a normal frog noise. It almost sounds like a burning hiss mixed with a very deep guttural bullfrog croak. And it just makes this noise as its chest kind of puffs up and then rescinds as the croak happens. And it just seems to be staring at you, Tovar, specifically, as it makes one very hefty hop towards you, as it seems to take a lot of its energy to move its mass out of water.
As it's hopping, can I just fucking, like, baseball swing the fucking axe at it to, like,
Roll
fucking send it
athletics.
flying?
Roll athletics. You're
I
just
just want
gonna
to slowly back away.
Yeah, Finrod, you're just like, no thanks.
19.
So, you back away from this frog as it is like trying to move its mass and hop at Tovar. Tovar, seeing this, pulls his great axe off of his back and prepares a mighty golf swing and just runs up and just punts it with the axe into the
Happy
fucking
Gilmore's it.
distance. Yeah, Happy Gilmore's it. And you just hear the croak go, and it just gets thrown into the distance. And as you see it fly, its mass being very visible to see as it flies through the air, its limbs all kind of wide as it can't control where its limbs are going, it slams into a tree about 40 feet away from you. And as soon as it hits the tree, it falls down and you hear this sizzle or hiss noise, and then it just fucking detonates.
God damn it!
And it blows the base of the tree out as the tree then falls down into the marsh behind it. As the three of you who weren't there come back to the pathway as you see Tovar golf swing this fucking frog into the distance, and then you hear this cocoon as it just fucking explodes 40 feet further down the path.
Oh, you look like you're having fun.
Stop. God damn you for introducing them to. Just saying.
I know, I was just like, oh, credits this.
Oh, man.
I kind of had a feeling, like, once he said that it fucking was, like, coming up and, like, fuming and shit like that, I was like, this thing's gonna fucking blow up.
It was the
or
color of
fucking
explosive
something.
barrels in video
Yeah,
games.
like, no, I need to get this shit the
We've
fuck
all
away
been
from
trained
me.
to immediately hit, stay away from, or shoot red barrels since we were like fucking 6
Yeah.
years old.
Yeah. Get it the fuck away from me. I just love that you allowed me to fucking golf swing that bitch.
You were just like, no.
Absolutely fucking not.
Tovar's like, Tovar's seen this game before.
Yeah. Tovar is not about to fuck around and find out. That
So-
fucking frog sure is fucked it though.
Yep.
So you golf swing that frog, kind of laughing as it detonates against the tree. As Mandie, Rage, and Coverall come back, and they seem fucking shaken by whatever just happened in that clearing. But all the weasels are accounted for, but the one trooper is still missing.
Alright, you guys found the important part. The BOOGLE is complete.
I don't know. We did find the trooper.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's dead.
Yeah, he dead.
Well, that fucking sucks.
Bro,
What killed him?
fucking...
No idea.
It looks like bamboo.
Bamboo.
Ah,
Did you
kind
see
of
a body?
came from above and killed him.
Did you see a body? Or was
Dude,
it
all
just
I know-
bamboo?
All I know is I fired an arrow at something in the tree, and then we fucking poked it.
Well,
So it's still out there then.
Yeah, we should
It was
we
high
should get
enough
going.
up, I couldn't do anything about it.
Okay. Well, I have an idea what looks like bamboo shoots, but I don't want to say it.
Dude, Tovar, you can't fucking golf swing this, okay? That would be fucking awesome, though.
It would be fucking dope as hell, but I don't think we'll be able to do it.
I don't know. If anything,
Do you think I could fly you up high enough? And then,
Finrod and I can always ping pong it.
So you guys, as you're
Like,
doing this
that's
and
what
kind
it
of
is.
getting your
Uh-huh.
group back together, you keep on moving cautiously down the pathway, as you're just on the lookout now for bamboo shoots that look slightly off and large red frogs that are hiding in the water. And
Let me know if you guys see any more of those fucking fat ass frogs. I want to practice my swing.
I was gonna say maybe no more throwing rocks at him.
you get an ace and I'll buy you a car.
I mean, technically, I fucking hit it against the tree. It fucking
I'm-
fell right down, and now there's a big hole there. So
Now there's a hole. There wasn't a hole before.
so you guys keep going down the pathway, and you're keeping your eyes out for things. You come across a couple more sets of eyes of the red frogs, but they're way off the pathway, where you know what you're looking for. You know not to throw rocks at them, and so you keep on slowly moving by, And as you guys come up to, you go for another probably couple 100 meters, just slowly making your way through, looking for anything suspicious. And in your pathway seems to be a large gator.
Like how large? Like we
Probably
talking
about
about like
12-footer.
Alright. Just bounce the frogs off that booty, goddammit, Mandie.
So in front of you guys, basically between you and what looks to be like another slightly larger clearing, just where the trees seem to have been pulled away from the path a little bit, is this large 12-foot gator just kind of chilling out on the path. And it sees you sort of as you come up and doesn't really move to engage, but you can definitely tell that its eye on its left side is looking at you.
I don't like shit stared at me.
Oh, we need to get around it to get to where we need to go.
How do you guys want to do this?
You think you'd be able to
Golf swing?
hold it also?
You gonna go with a 7-iron or a pitching wedge?
I thought you were just gonna go grab its tail and then throw it off to the side.
I mean, I probably fucking could.
So as you guys are discussing plans on how to move the gator, you see that between you and the gator is about 30 feet or so in between you and it. It's glaring at you with its left eye. But you see that in the pathway between you and it, there's like a little sunken piece that looks really odd. But not necessarily that. Lots of background noise. Quick, Carson's tagging me like, "Oh, turn down the background music there." So basically, you see that about 10-ish feet in front of you, you see that there's a little sunken piece in the pathway. The pathway kind of goes down a little bit. The water kind of covers it. It has a bunch of what looks to be broken saplings, essentially, kind of all around the hole, as it looks to be that's where trees were, and basically were broken off or sunk in or something along that line. But that's all you really see, is that it's a very clear pathway between you and the gator, but there is that sunken piece about 10 feet from you and 20 feet from the gator.
Okay, so my first thought is, can I bounce a rock off that sunken piece?
I mean, you definitely can. You can just throw a rock into it, sure.
Yes, I would
Alright.
like to do that.
So you can just narrowly declare that you throw a rock at it, and you do.
You don't want to poke it?
You find a nice little size
No, I don't
rock,
want to poke it.
and you throw it into the sunken piece, and it just splashes in the water, and nothing really happens.
Well,
Can I get a bigger rock? And throw it into the sunken area. Like a Tovar-sized rock,
No,
you know?
don't find a Tovar-sized rock.
Fuck!
There's not a lot of rocks in the marsh, go figure.
Can I throw Nosh?
He's not here to consent, so no, you can't throw him.
we tie them up with a rope and use them as bait.
You can only use people as bait who can consent to the plan and who are here.
Fucking fishing pole his ass to fucking get the gator away. Oh, fuck. Can we send one of the troopers in? Fucking Mandie.
You just wanna send a trooper forward?
No.
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 But just what Mandie typed in Discord.
fucking ask Nosh if we could fucking throw him into a pond.
Oh no.
I mean, there's
Oh,
there's a bunch of solutions you guys could figure out that don't revolve
Okay,
throwing
well.
Nosh into the hole or throwing rocks at it. Like, like use your
I don't
brain
know.
bits. The druid stole your brain cells. Have her do it. I don't know. Fucking figure it out.
Okay,
Poke it with your stick.
I'm gonna walk
'Cause
up to it.
It works
All right.
so
So
well the last
Finrod,
time, Mandie.
you cover the 10-ish feet between you and the edge of the sunken piece, and you see that the sunken piece is probably a good 4-ish feet across, and it's this weird oval shape, kind of cut out of the ground, that you can kind of tell, and it looks like it could be either erosion or something burrowed through here. It's really hard to tell, but
I'm gonna walk
What you
up.
It's
wanna
just
do
something we
behind
gotta walk around.
I
Finrod,
mean, you can definitely
just in
try.
case. I'm gonna be like right next to Finrod while he's doing this, just in case.
I thought he was gonna say he's gonna push me in.
No, I'm not Mandie.
I was about to say, do we have any rope we can tie around you? That way,
We do.
something happens.
I do believe I have some rope as well.
We all have rope. We have the fucking that backpack, adventurer's backpack thing.
Can I fly it behind the gator and just smack it in the tail?
Yes. You can just throw something at the gator. You can easily fly that distance and aggravate it if you want. Like, if you want to fly over to it and piss it off and have it follow, you can do that too.
Try to scare it back in the water.
All right. Well.
Hey, did you ever see that fucking video of that golfer?
Yeah.
Yeah, walked up, like, grabbed his tail and it fucking took off. That's what I'm trying to do.
So you fly over the path and you get behind the gator. You're kind of flapping behind it, and its head's kind of turned, looking at you. And you grab its tail, and you see that its body starts to twist as its maw basically is pointed at you, as it's hissing at you.
All you did was just piss it off.
Oh yeah, but it's looking at me now, not you guys.
Alright, so Finrod, I think we should tie some rope around you, and then you can test the waters, and I'll hold on to it. If it makes you feel any better, I'll tie the rope around me as well, and hold on to a tree.
I can hold on to the rope as well.
Yeah, if we got a couple people holding on the rope, I guess I'll try it out.
Alright.
I'll test them waters. We'll see
So
what's going on.
You take the time to do this as you guys see Rage fly over to the gator and just start fucking with it. And you tie the rope
True
to yourself,
Florida man.
Tovar, then you tie it to Finrod, and you hold on to a tree that's close by, and Finrod, you step into the sunken pit to test the waters, and I need you to roll me a dex save.
I knew something was coming.
You
Well,
don't get stuck in the mud, as you find out that it is just a sunken piece of the pathway that has seemed to have just fallen into the water. It is gross, and it does not feel good on your feet.
Squishy.
Brody.
No
It's all
crunchies, just
squishy. My feet.
It is gross, but you don't sense any danger, and nothing attacks your legs. So
Oh,
Okay.
it's better than Telvar's ass, I guess.
Yeah, at least you didn't have to taste that one after being in the swamp all day. Alright, so how distracted is that fucking gator with rage?
pretty distracted. It's focused on Rage really, really well.
You were not gonna kill it.
Still smell like his ass,
Huh?
though. No, I showered
You're not
back
gonna
in
kill
town.
No. Can I
Okay.
have a pet gator?
You can try.
And you call me the Florida man.
Florida dog.
So
He wants a Floridian swamp
you
puppy.
can try, and I will let you choose what skill you use. You can either use animal handling, athletics, or intimidation. The success in either of those skills will lead to a different outcome, so I will let you choose what you believe is going to be the best way for you to, I guess, befriend the gator.
Maybe with no.
What's your highest one?
Athletics.
Have
My
you-
athletics is a +8. My animal
would you
handling is
announce
a
your
+2.
intention to do this, or would you just like do it?
What? That I'm gonna fucking befriend the gator?
Yeah.
I guess I
I
can
wish to
announce it.
untie myself from him before he does this.
Oh,
Hey guys,
Well-
I kind of want that gator as a pet.
Yeah.
oh, if you want it as a pet, you should probably get Mandie to help you. Or, oh shit, sorry, wrong name.
No, yeah,
No,
it's
no,
she's
right
named
name.
in the game.
No, it is
Oh,
Mandie.
your character is just named Okay, cool.
Mandie.
I mean, I guess I can help you. Let's get a gator for Tovar.
Yay.
Alright, so you two approach the large gator who is now snapping at rage as he's just kind of like flying around it, trying to keep its attention on him. And you two approach, and as the gator sees you, turns and is now facing you two down.
Alright.
What would you like to do at this point?
Do I have any food? Do we still have, like, meat and stuff to give him? From the BOOGLE Queen.
I mean, probably. You put that stuff in the bag of holding that Finrod's got.
Yeah, I still got some. I'll give him some meat.
Yeah. I want to kind of fucking crocodile hunter him. You know, like, fucking sit there and show him that, like, we're not trying to fucking piss him off. Just give him food. Try and see if I can, you know, calm him down a little bit.
Up of
This
this
is
went from
story.
a scary trek through the corrupted marshes to Tovar Stars and Crocodile Hunter 3.
What, man? I want a fucking gator.
Look,
Okay.
at least it's not a stingray.
Oof, too soon. So,
Too soon? Still too soon?
always too soon. You shush your mouth.
Has it been 23 and a half years yet?
Not yet.
Fucking.
Shut you.
God damn it, Rex.
So, at this point, if you're going to try and do that, that's going to be animal handling. To try and show him you're friendly, utilizing the meat and, like, your stance and the way you're going to hold yourself to do it.
Okay. Would it be, like, just a normal one?
Yeah, you're just rolling normal animal handling. You have never tamed a gator before, so you're like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Let's see what happens.
Fuck!
Will's just kind of standing
Well,
back with his
and if
arms crossed.
Mandie-
and
And
you
there
like-
goes his arm.
So, Mandy, if you'd like to give Tovar your action, he can re-roll that, because it essentially
Yeah.
be advantage.
I am giving him my action.
Alright, so roll it again, and if it's higher, take that result.
Yeah!
Yeah.
21.
So, you walk up to the gator, because this is something we're doing now. You walk up to the gator, and you show him that you are friendly, and you're just kind of slowly coming up to him with the meat. You get close enough that you can kind of toss him the slab, and you're like, we're good, man. We're not here to hurt you. And it just takes the meat and kind of chomps on it. It's still staring you down. It seems less agitated, but it is still in your way. It didn't immediately murder you, so you got that going for you. So now what do you want to do?
Quick,
This is
someone
where
push
the
him
touches
forward.
No!
Oh no!
in.
I'm not close enough to do that anyways.
You're the one that's there, Mandy.
Yeah, but I already gave him my action.
But you didn't give him your bonus action. I mean, what?
God damn it. Right. Fuck. I don't know. I kind of want to see if I can, like, pet it and calm it
See.
down a little bit. But, like,
Let's back this up, make it an easier choice. How would Tovar show that he is a friend with the gator? How would he make friends with the gator? How does Tovar make friends? As a barbarian. A Goliath barbarian, specifically.
I mean, probably just fucking work him into submission.
Did anyone else think of the abominable snowman from fucking Looney Tunes?
Yeah.
Okay,
But
if he's...
I will call him George, and I will love him and pet him and care.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess fucking we're gonna go
If
with the
he's
athletics
going-
and fucking, you know, kind of like
Prove your worth against
Wrestle
the
him.
gator.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
just have it be like, I respect you and will follow you into battle.
established dominance.
Established dominance. Alright, roll that athletics check.
Dude, I thought he was gonna do that in the first place anyway.
I thought about what the fuck.
Don't you boof it? Did you scuff it?
Oh, he boof.
Wow.
Oh no.
That was
Man.
fucking weird. Like it hit the wall and just dead dropped.
So, you
Here-
and the
here goes
gator
his
begin
figure.
to tussle. And it seems evenly matched. Roll again.
There we go. That's more of a fucking Jesus. It's still not that great.
I look
but
at Rage and go, what are the odds you think?
I'm just waiting for him to get his fucking finger removed, and too
You
bad
see
Mouse isn't here,
that-
so you retrieve it.
As you have your hands on the gator and you are wrestling it and you were evenly matched, you seem to start to lose ground as it starts to get its weight against you. Roll again. It is a fight to the end.
Jesus.
Taking all
fuck.
bets. Taking all bets here.
Yeah.
You
God
seem,
damn,
you
dude.
seem to gain ground as you remain evenly matched against the gator. It tries to roll you as you force it back down into a pinned position as you are holding onto its jaws to keep it from biting you. But it still seems to be kicking. Go
How
again.
the fuck did he lose ground with a 15 and then gain ground with a 14?
Because the gator's rolling
gator's
against it.
rolling as well. 16.
Oh, bro.
He just
The gator
God.
flips over and you are underneath of it as it's trying to get its mouth around your head. You gotta go for a 3 out of 5. You gotta beat it 3 times. Roll again.
Come on. One time I want to fucking do something like this, and now it's fucking.
It starts
Your
to look
rolls
like
are not
it
there.
starts to look like the gator gains the upper hand. Roll again.
We have gathered here today.
Could we give him advantage by
Dressed
cheering
in
him on?
pepperonis.
18.
If you guys want to cheer and give him advantage, you can for the next one.
I'm gonna cheer. Give him advantage. Be like, ah!
I'm gonna cheer on the gator.
You're betting on the gator.
The gator
I'm
seems
cheering on the
to
gator.
continue gaining ground as it now has its mouth open and is trying. And you see Tovar's holding the jaws open,
18.
no longer in a
and
pinned
18.
position. Yeah, roll the 19 natural.
God damn it. Alright, so am I rolling with
One more
advantage?
time.
I'll cheer
Yes, you're rolling with
I'll
advantage
cheer-
now
yeah.
for this one.
Fucking 18 again.
You seem to gain ground on it. You return to the pin position you're holding, and it starts to seem it seems to be getting tired as it's been pushing you on and off itself. Roll one more time with advantage. See if you can put the final touches onto the gator.
Fuck yes. 28.
Woo. Hell yeah.
So, you know what's funny? It also rolled a
Natural
20.
20. Oh.
Oh, what? What?
So,
Fucking
at
struggle of
this point in
titans.
time, yes, it is essentially the struggle of titans. So, as you see Tovar go for the suplex, you see the gator twist around and try to reverse suplex Tovar as they both collapse into the ground and separate from the impact, both kind of rolling off the path, kind of half falling into the water on either side. And Tovar, you stand yourself back up, now slightly damp, as you look at the gator as it rights itself and comes back up onto the path. It opens its mouth to hiss at you, and then as it looks at you, its jaw closes and you see its head tilt down, and it starts to
Dude, is
walk
this-
down the path away from
Is
you.
this fucking Goldberg dressed up in a fucking alligator outfit? Like, what the fuck?
It seems to disengage from its aggression, and it seems to respect your strength, but does not wish to become a companion.
God damn it. How did... Now, okay, so I have a question.
Yes.
So it rolled a 20, right?
Yes.
I rolled a 20,
Yes.
but I have a +8.
Yes, it has a +6. So it
So I-
has. So the value was higher, but it won more bouts than you. So
Fair
with
enough.
that 20 at the end, you basically both got enough. Basically, you finish at the same point where it was like, all right, you're both exhausted. You both put up a good fight. No one won, but it's like, all right, it's a draw. I respect you. I'm not gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna go be a gator.
Fair enough.
So
Gator.
you definitely gave it a good run for its money towards the end, but it got that leg up at the last second. You almost had it. You were this close. This close.
God damn it.
There'll be
But
other
the gator,
gators.
but the gator is now no longer on your path. It has meandered off down the pathway away from you guys, leaving your pathway open for your continued travel.
Riexis.
Wow.
All right,
It's pretty
so
much-
hold on, chat. I need
pretty
you to
much
see
what
this.
happened
This is
there.
the picture that Riexis posted about Tovar and the gator parting ways. It's just the Arnold Schwarzenegger meme,
Yeah.
and it is
Oh, shit.
by far amazing. I love it so much. Anyway, so you and the gators part ways. As it goes down the pathway, your pathway is now open. You see at this point it's getting close to 3 or 4 in the afternoon as the sun is starting to die down. The temperature is starting to kind of come down a little bit. And you find yourself in a clearing past where the gator was that seems to be relatively clear. Nothing nuts seems to be there. And so the troopers basically reach out to you guys and are like, hey, we think it's probably going to be a good time to just kind of set up a bivouac here, just post up camp for a minute, kind of get our strength back, get our ourselves sorted, taken care of, checked, etc. Because nighttime is when the monsters come out. If you want to continue moving, we can. It's just going to be more dangerous. You guys are about 1 kilometer down the pathway with 4 more to go.
I was actually gonna agree to, or suggest a break, but you had the soldiers just do it.
Look, they've been
At
trained
this
in this
clearing.
area, and so they're like, let's take a hot second here. We lost the guy. There's exploding fucking frogs. There was that gator wrestling.
Drew with a gator.
I am
How the fuck do you
honestly
draw a gator?
surprised you did not fucking rage to fight the gator so you could get an advantage on your athletics and just beat it into the fucking ground.
I thought about it and I was like,
You have 3 of them. It would have
I
worked.
know.
You get, like, I think it's 3 per short or 3 per long. Like, it's
3 per long. If we run
Do you
into
get-
another fucking gator, I'm doing it.
Do you get one back if you short rest?
No. You only
Okay.
you only get rages back after long rest.
Okay,
The
'cause
only
I know
thing
with
I
spell
get-
slots, whatever, you get all of them back in a long rest, but
Yeah,
if you do a short
but
rest, you only get
the
one
only
back.
thing I get, the only thing I get with short rest is Stone's Endurance, which is the fucking
That's still good.
taking reduced damage.
The defense,
Half
yeah.
damage, yeah.
Are we taking a short rest?
Yeah, I mean, you guys essentially do. You guys take a couple hours to kind of recoup, drink water, eat food, you know, clean your boots, get the water out of your shoes, especially Finrod. Clean the mud out of your sandals, etc. Double check your supplies, make sure that the things that you're gonna need now that you know what you're dealing with are at like the top of your bags. You go through the normal preparation steps of like, all right, we're gonna be continuing on in a few hours.
You do get a spell slot back during your short rest, right?
Yeah, you do get some spell slots back during a short rest.
Yeah, it didn't give it back to me when I did a short rest, so that's why I was asking.
It should say right next to it if
It doesn't? Spell slots? It doesn't say anything.
I know for like my actions and stuff, like the rage, it says like long rest, and then like it's got the squares, and then for
Yeah, I have the
Stone's
squares, it
slots
just says
are long
slots. And,
rest.
huh?
I thought spell slots were long.
For all of them, I thought, but I thought you get one back for a short rest.
Let me double check.
I think it depends on the spell itself. Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, I get wild shapes back on a short rest.
Yeah, because mine, I use it for primeval awareness, and it doesn't tell me that.
Yeah, there's only, if it says specifically you get it back for short rest, you do. Otherwise, you basically only get a you get a hit die back.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically you can spend hit die during short rest to kind of just heal yourself up. If you have anything that's
Right.
like, oh yeah, it resets at a short rest, you get it. Otherwise, a long rest is what you do for getting all your stuff back,
Okay.
for the most part. I think there are some classes that have like very specific things, but for the most part, it's like, yeah, it's a long line of, if it says it specifically, then it says it specifically. But yeah, so you guys take a short rest, and you find yourselves now in the swamp as the sun is starting to go down, and you're starting to hear the creatures come out of the woodwork as the growling and hissing, clacking of jaws and teeth, movement in the water starts to become, or it starts to intensify in number around you for a significant portion. Nothing seems to come towards you guys. Nothing seems to really mess with you. It's mostly 15 plus feet away from your pathway is where the wildlife seems to just be going through its normal cycles. But after a couple hours, the troopers let you go, if you guys want to move out and keep on going, we can. We just gotta make sure we stay even more vigilant than we were before, as things that go bump in the night tend to go harder around these parts.
You'd say when things bump, they bump hard.
Basically.
Hinky.
Oh, so it's the warlock that can recover all slots on short rest too. That's it.
Oh. That's
It's
kind
because
of
warlocks are weird.
And that's directly from
Isn't it 'cause,
D&D
like,
Beyond.
they do like cantrips mostly or something?
Well, cantrips, you don't have slots you can burn, but because warlocks pull from a patron directly, I think that's their spells are not as, they get less spells and less slots, so they can regain them faster, essentially.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, so they basically tell you that if you want to keep on going, that we can keep going. We still got 4 clicks to go till we get to the old keep.
I think is Finn back?
Huh?
Oh, you are back. Okay.
I never went away.
I thought you
Yeah.
were back.
I was the one that went to go to the washroom.
Yeah.
And I am back.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah.
I'm good to keep going.
Let's go.
And so you guys pack up your very basic camp and you keep on setting forth as you put out the fire and kind of keep on going. And for the majority of the next kilometer, it's relatively quiet. Nothing seems to pop out at you. You do seem to have a feeling that you are being watched, but you're not sure by what. The moonlight seems to be full and very bright tonight, as it seems to give an eerie glow to the parts of the marsh that can be illuminated by it with the missing canopy overhead. The glowing of eyes and fireflies kind of pick up on your senses around the edges of your path as you keep on moving. You see the same glowing mushrooms and plants just kind of propped up around the edges, them seeming kind to emerge during the nightfall. You see the skittering of large bugs and spiders and other types of microfauna kind of meandering around and doing their nightly routines, either spinning their webs or looking for insects to eat. And you eventually come to, I wouldn't even say a clearing, it just seems to be just an open part of the marsh that seems to have what looks to be logs kind of strewn across the marsh, so you have to walk through what looks like waist-deep water. The logs seem to be kind of sorta askew to one another, but they seem to be relatively lined up. There's one or two that seem to be kind of off pattern, and it could have been shifting from, you know, just the fact the marsh is alive, and just everything kind of moves and meanders as rainfall and such comes through.
So what, we gotta cross on the logs?
That's what it looks like to you. It looks like that there's another solid pathway across it, but you got about 100 meters of marshland to cross via these logs, or just by wading through it.
Are these really logs, though?
They look like logs. Nothing screams that they're not. There's a couple of them that are really large logs. Like, they just look, they came from like really big trees that just kind of like fell into the marsh. But I mean, past that, they look like logs.
That wasn't a direct yes.
Well.
Just sitting there like, one of these logs is not like the other.
Second chance! Second chance!
If you're asking if they look like gators, no, they do not look like gators. They look like actual fucking logs. Even in the moonlight, you can tell that they are actually trees. They're not like a gator that kind of looks like a log and is not. It's like, no, they actually look like logs. Like, they were purposely put here, minus a couple that seem to have just like fallen naturally.
Well, are we ready to cross, guys, or you want to wait?
Do you guys want me to wild shape into a gator and I can keep you safe in the water?
Ride your
Oh,
back.
yeah, careful. If you do that, Tovar might rage and try to fucking befriend you.
I already befriended her.
Oh, never mind.
I helped the BOOGLE.
Alright, well, let's cross then. Let's go, kids.
Yeah, I'm game.
So,
Can I fly instead?
sure, you got clearance to do it.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I'm
so
gonna fly
you just fly above everyone. You're kind of keeping your eye out for things. You can see a lot of motion in the water, but it looks to be either fish or gators or crocodiles, kind of just scooting through, but not really paying attention to you. They're on their own business. They have their own reptile shit to deal with. But you guys start crossing the logs. You and the 11 troopers that you have left. They seem to be relatively stable. You don't seem to have to do anything strenuous to do it. It's all well within your abilities of who you are to kind of start crossing it. But as you're crossing it, you see some interesting things to your left and to your right. You see what looks to be almost what looks to be I should call it like a ring of trees, or just like some odd trees that are kind of like in parallel. Like there used to be a mound of land there, but it's gone. Another one that seems to be a bunch of what looks to be like pointy rocks sticking out of the water. That is like about 75, 80 feet to your right. And you're crossing through the center. You're about 50-ish feet across the marshlands. And you guys step onto this log that seems to be bigger than the rest of them. And it seems a little unstable. Like, you're like, footing's weird. And you just keep on going.
Here we go.
But, like, nothing major happens as you all cross it. The 5 of you, well, let me rephrase. Rage, you're flying. So the 4 of you who are on the ground cross off said log onto the next one. As the troopers are following up behind you, one of them has a little bit of skip, but like is caught by one of his teammates as his footing kind of gave out on him, and they make it across relatively easily. 2 of them are still on the big log waiting as you guys are kind of moving across, as you're just single filing it down, kind of keeping an eye on each other, and you guys feel the ground kind of shake a little bit as you're going across these logs.
I told you I should have wild shaped.
Did one of those frogs hit a tree?
It's you feel the ground continue to kind of shake, but like in weird bursts. And as you guys look behind you, you see the 2 troopers that are still on the big log are having trouble kind of keeping their footing as they're trying to get across to the next one. And as it looks like they seem to get ready to go, the log itself seems to rise out of the ground. As it comes out of the water, and it seems to have legs that come out of the muck and grime as well, that seem to kind of unearth itself like large organic pistons, kind of pushing its body up as its head kind of emerges from a hole inside the log itself. And it just looks like, for the lack of a better term, just a giant fucking stick bug. Like, that is just the best way you could describe it, is that if it's a stick bug, it's if a stick bug was a log, just a large tree log. And it just seems very pissed off to have been used as a platform.
It was a log bug.
Log bug. Yeah, there you go.
I thought it was going to be a big fucking turtle.
I know, I thought so too. The head emerging from the log is what made me think it was a turtle.
Yeah.
But you see an insectoid-like face come out of the hole in the log as it seems to kind of emerge from its casing, so to speak. And as the 2 troopers that are still kind of on top of it, the logboat starts to kind of shake its body, and you see the 2 troopers lose their footing. One of them leaps to try and make it to safety, and misses. Are you sure? You can try to catch. Go for it. Give me.
I was just like, can I swoop down and try to catch him?
Go ahead, Rage. Give me athletics first, because you're flying, and then Coverall. If he fails, you can try and do your own athletics to catch him.
Okay.
All right, yeah, Coverall. You need to roll athletics to try and catch the guy.
Oh no. Okay. Oh, it's so laggy. I keep forgetting. Oh.
So laggy. Oh no.
Well, I got. I think that's a total of 20. Yep.
There you go. Yeah. So you see Rage come down and trying to grab him, and just like miss by just an inch of his arm as he swoops by, going just a little bit too fast. And as he's falling through the air, he is just sprawling, trying to grab on anything as he's coming to land. And you and your dwarven self, you brace yourself against the log you're currently standing on, and you just catch him by his center mass and pull him down over where he's basically pulled in by the rest of his teammates. The other trooper, unfortunately, is not able to jump and falls off the side of the log bug into the water, where you see some shapes go towards him but seem to divert away as the log bug continues to kind of stand up and kind of raise itself out of the water. The trooper gets on his feet, and you see the water's up to his waist. And he starts trudging back, fear in his eyes, as he's not sure what's waiting for him. And all you can really do is watch as he's slowly trying to trudge through.
Can
As
you throw a rope to him and help pull him up faster? Or...
sure. Roll me athletics to try and get the rope to him.
I get a 16.
So, Tovar and Kovral, the two of you see this guy fall, and he's picked himself up, and he's trying to get back to you guys, as you see the log bug is slowly making its way towards the shore you're going towards. And as you see one of its piston-like legs pick up, coming up and over the trooper, you two are able to throw him the end of the rope as he frantically tries to grab it. And he's able to latch onto it even with the muck on his hands. He grabs onto the rope and wraps it around it as you two pull as the leg of the log bug comes smashing down into the water, just spraying water and muck everywhere as you pull him to safety.
Oh, that was close. Let's not do that again.
Yeah.
And as you guys continue down the log, Mandie, at this point, you're the one on point. So you're in the front of the formation with Finrod. And as you turn around, as you watch this whole event unfold, you turn around to seeing one of those red frogs on the end of your log.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Well,
And you hear just give it that deep...
How good's your golf swing, Mandie?
not good. Can I try and golf swing him?
You can try whatever you want to do to try and deal with this frog that's in front of you. You saw what it did to the tree when Tovar golf swung it, so you were like,
Well, better yet, can I do something with my animal handling?
Yes, again, whatever you
Like,
like
just
to throw
kind
down.
of
Yeah,
gooch him off the log. So that
you
he's not
are a druid. You can do that.
Hey, 17.
17.
So
Look
with
at
a
that.
17, you're able to, you see it, and you freeze. And you go, I'm going to treat it like a bullfrog.
That's for
And you
life.
kind of slowly creep towards it as it's making that hoarse croaking noise at you. And you guys see Mandie just crouch walking, arms wide, just kind of spread at the shoulders, like ready to grab whatever's in front of her as she's slowly making her way towards it, covering that 8 feet, taking her just every step, taking a few seconds not to spook it. And at the last second, as she gets close to the frog, its eyes widen her as its croaking is becoming more agitated. She gently picks it up and fucking yeets it into the water. Mandie, roll me athletics, please.
I'm fucking imagining
Oh, good God.
This is just to
12.
see the distance. Yeah, you're able to, you throw it like 10-ish feet away from you, like, and fuck you.
She's like, not gonna hurt ya. Get fucked.
you throw it into the water as you're like, all right, I hope it doesn't fucking explode. And does it? It does not. You yeet it into the water away from you. You get enough distance between you and it, and you hear just the sploosh as it hits the water. And all after a few seconds, you're waiting, like covering your head, like waiting for the explosion to happen. and all you see is the top of its head and its
Fucking
eyes
Mandie.
come up out of the water, staring at you now about 12 feet away from the log you're standing on.
That's a great gif.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking accurate.
Yeah, that's basically it, man. You're like, oh, I'm not gonna hurt you, and get the fuck out of here.
Get fucked.
Yeah, so you throw it
Alright.
into the water, and it doesn't explode, and it's just kind of sitting there staring at you, and it looks like your pathway across the logs is clear.
Okay, let's just keep going, kids.
Yeah. Let's get off of these logs. I'm done with this.
I don't want to be here anymore.
I don't want to be here. And so you guys cross the logs relatively easily without any kind of other issue. And you are now back on essentially solid ground.
Solid ground. Never been so happier.
As you hear
I like
just
it
the
so much,
deep
why don't you
thumps-
marry it, Pinrod?
As you just hear the deep thumps from the log bug, as it's just kind of meandering through the marsh towards wherever it's going. Yeah, so you've now made it to the other side, and you can
Probably
see
still
that
wanted
the
to try to
sun,
wrestle it.
the sun in the far
I want a
distance
bug,
is
I want a
starting to come
gator.
up.
There's a log bug.
A giant log bug, thank you very much.
No
Mhm.
bug.
And so you
Could have rode that thing like a horse.
more than a horse. The thing was fucking massive.
Yeah, and he didn't
Okay,
like
like a
us
giant horse.
fucking standing on him anyways, so like, what the fuck? Gator would be more useful.
But you can't have both.
I mean, that's fair. But I want to save... I want to save a rage for the gator.
You can, so as you guys make it across, you know, you make sure all the troopers make it off the logs too and onto solid ground, and you're all kind of standing there, you know, squared away, and everyone's accounted for. No one's missing limbs. Some people are a little more scared than others from the situation they're in, but you've essentially done really well keeping yourselves put together. And so you keep on going, and you go about 10 or 20 feet off the edge of the pathway you're on, when one of the troopers just yells, "Everybody stop moving!" And all the troopers freeze where they are, weapons drawn and looking around. One of them must have gotten spooked or sensed something was going on, and so they call for everyone to just stop as everyone's looking and checking. And if you'd like to also look, you can give me perception rolls.
Ouch.
Ouch as well. Ouch as well.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
What, did all of you roll twice? Jesus.
How did I do better than you two?
How did Tovar do the best? The fuck is this?
So,
Because
with,
I'm looking for them gators.
with the help of the troopers, all of you are kind of looking around at the same level as they are. Coverall, you're kind of in the center, and everything's kind of been distracting to you as everything is about your shoulder height for dealing with things. So you're just like, oh man, what the fuck am I looking for? But you're kind of following everyone else's like body position, so you're trying your best, but you're like, I don't know what to look for. Everything looks weird to me. And one of the troopers points out, he's like, them trees look funny, as he's pointing towards the trees around you guys. He goes, they look like no trees I've seen before. And as he points to some that are around you, You see, there's no canopy above you right here. It's mostly dead trees and dense underbrush and grasses that just kind of sit around you unless they're under the water. These trees that are around you seem skinny, I guess is the way to say it. Like, they look like dead trees, but they're skinnier. There's a lot of them that kind of encompass this area you're standing in. And they don't look like the other trees that are either before where you came from or after, past this part. And so the troopers basically call for everyone to stop moving and are looking around. And you guys kind of see the same thing. You see that it's a bunch of weird trees. So what do you do?
Swear to God, Mandie, if you didn't learn your fucking lesson the last time.
I mean, I was gonna say we just keep going and get the fuck away from them, because there's
Try and
something weird.
bypass it.
Yeah.
Corvo would have his weapons at the ready and be moving cautiously along with everybody.
I kind of agree with Mandie.
Yeah.
After their one tree incident, they probably want to keep going.
Which it seems is the thought process for the rest of the troopers as well. And one of them goes, "Alright, I'm going to step forward." He's like, "I'm going to start making my way to him. I'm going to check to make sure the ground ahead of us is clear." And the trees don't really seem to move. They seem to move with the water. Like, as the water's kind of moving around you, they seem to just kind of bend a little, much like normal trees. And as he steps forward, you see that he's standing on solid ground, and then just gets shook, just falls into something.
Huh.
Just had a rope on him.
I was gonna say that. It's too late now. Well, you can always throw a rope down and see if he grabs it.
They go up and check to see.
Yeah, Finrod, you step very cautiously towards where he fell into whatever was there.
Wait. Tie a rope to Finrod before he fucking goes up and checks.
Probably a good idea.
And then I'll hold on to it. So
Alright.
I'm using one rope,
And I'm
the rope
getting
that I have, on him,
ready to
and
use
then
my rope
whoever.
just in case.
I can
the
have
others
my
need
rope to
pulled
throw
up.
down to him.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
So, Finrod,
Can't I just
as you
fly above
have-
it?
Yeah, Rage, you can still be flying because you haven't landed yet. You're still flapping around like a bird.
Well, I mean, I am a bird, so.
You're doing bird stuff. So, you're kind of just 10, 20
What you
feet above
doing?
the ground.
Forgetting
Bird
he's way
stuff.
And so you're flying around, and as Finrod steps closer, you're kind of hearing him like, "Yeah, I'll throw a rope down, I'll throw this down." And from your point of view, Rage, you can see that something is different about the spot or your friends are standing on. It's like there's weird discolorations in certain areas, and you can't tell what it is. It's slightly off enough that you think it's paranoia, but you're not entirely sure if it's something you need to be worried about. But
Can
you
I
do
roll
notice.
perception or okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you can roll perception, but you notice that the hole that the trooper fell into is no longer there. So as Finrod, you're approaching looking for the hole, you just see a divot in the ground of where it was. There's not a clear hole of where he fell. And Rage, you can roll a perception to look for anything else funky.
There it
So-
is.
So, Rage, with that, as you see Finrod investigating, and you see those discoloration marks, you you know from what you're looking at that it's not pits, it's something else. Something that you should stay away from, those discolored parts. You don't know what it is, but it's bad news, whatever it is.
So we're treating this like one of those disappearing paths from like countless games that do it.
No, it's more
No.
like that think of it as more of a minefield. But without the explosions, you just get sucked into a hole.
Okay, so I want to swoop back down to the group, hovering maybe about 5 feet above them, and relay all this information to them.
Yeah. So you relay this information to them, and you basically tell them to watch for the discolored parts, and you kind of point it out to them, and you see that you are surrounded by 11 more patches, much like the first one that the guy fell into. And that it seems to be just kind of scattered all the way around. And Finrod, when you kind of poke your head over the hole the guy fell in to kind of see what exactly you're dealing with, the sunlight is kind of coming up enough where you're starting to get a little bit easier to see, especially with your dark vision, because dark vision relies on having the ability of light to amplify your sight, much like night vision goggles. So because of that additional light, you see that it's not a hole, it's a mouth.
Ooh. So he just got eaten.
He just got sucked into a mouth of something that is underneath you guys.
And I will relay that to the party.
Well, shit.
Do you think there's a chance we could rescue him, or do you think it's a little too late?
You see, Finrod, as Coverall asks you this, and you're looking further down, you're starting to notice a red tint in the water.
And I'm just gonna go, I'm starting to see some red tint, so he's probably dead now. It might be blood.
Alright,
So we're really gonna have to watch our step.
so how about Rage flies up high enough to where we can still hear him, but yeah, he can guide us and tell us where not to fucking go.
That's what I was thinking.
So the barbarian stole the brain cell.
No, I don't want to.
Why not?
Oh no, I was just being a smart ass.
Oh, well.
I was literally gonna say that I was waiting for this whole thing with the fucking mouth and water to be done with. But then, yeah, Tovar just butting in wherever the fuck he wants.
Tovar's butt.
Yeah, no,
That's a
Yeah, you got
theory's
real
ass.
intimate
You
with
put
that.
some respect on that name.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's
Rage,
fucking
you can.
Etheria's ass you're talking to.
So, Rage, you can fly up and above and start looking for a pathway, if that is your plan. That is what you wish.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do.
All right. So you fly up, and you get, within yelling distance, which is easily within 30 feet, high enough that you can kind of see the whole field that you're dealing with, but low enough that you can still yell commands or just directions to people. The issue is that when you fly up, you see that the trees have started to move a little more, and you're seeing the discolored patches start to shift slowly in different directions.
So I want to shout that
Saw
information down to everyone.
Saw that fucking gunman. God damn it.
It's alive.
Fucking robot chicken over here.
It's alive. The gators are alive. Except they ain't gators. There's something else terrible.
Great, love it.
So first thing I thought of was like a frickin' pitcher plant.
It's kind of what it is, except so out of character to give you guys a little understanding. This is basically the juvenile form of this thing that I call the water trap grub, where essentially it will either sit in water. Its adult form has more of those skinny trees around it to make it look like it's a landmass, but it's not. It's basically sitting underneath the water, so when you come closer, you're like, I'm going to get on the land, there's nothing there and it eats you. These are the juvenile forms where they have less trees, so they have to kind of group up, and they basically just make it look like a false landmass, and they kind of move themselves like pitcher plants underneath their prey, essentially.
Lovely.
Yep. That's like 3 of 17 monsters I made for this whole thing, so it's going to get weird really quickly.
Oh boy. Oh no. Coverall's gonna be like, what the fuck?
When I said you guys had to go through the corrupted marshlands, I wasn't joking. Like, these is some twisted shit out of my nightmares. So yeah. So with Rage's help, you guys are able to kind of figure out a pathway, but you know that your time is short as he tells you that the patches are starting to move. So because you guys as a team know to work together, and none of you have a intelligence deficit, like none of your intelligence scores are like super low, where it'd be an issue to be like, oh no, like, can you understand basic directions? And none of your wisdoms are super... Actually, no. Finrod, what's your wisdom again? Is it a -4?
Yeah.
Alright, so Finrod, you're going to be the trouble child in this situation, buddy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was just about to go like,
So,
yeah.
I know the rest of you guys will be fine. Even Tovar will be able to follow like basic directions from Rage. Finrod, you're going to have a little bit of a different scenario ahead of you, my friend. I'm going to need, for starters, a flat wisdom check off of you. I'll let you have advantage with it because Rage is guiding you. So I need a flat wisdom check at advantage.
Can I just pick him up and fly him?
I mean, you technically could, but like, we'll save that in a second. I want to see if he actually passes this.
Fair enough.
Because basically, whatever happens here is going to decide what you want to do.
Jesus. 17.
Yeah, so with that, you're able to essentially... You're able to follow the directions enough where you're not going to go face first into a hole. So even though you have issues kind of with that reasoning, you're just like, all right, cool, I got it. I'm good. I know how to do left from right. I know how to follow forward, stop, go left, go right, go backwards.
Putting the hand up, you know,
whatever,
making the L's
whatever
and shit.
methods require of you. You're like, all right, cool. The rope's still attached to you, like attached to Tovar, like you're being walked like with a leash through it.
Yep.
But you guys make it through. Five. Shit, I'll count. 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, so as you're trying to guide the rest of the troopers through, they're following your pathway, you see that by the end of it, you've lost 5 of them, where the grubs seem to begin moving faster, and one of them was actually at the edge of being like, I made it, and all of a sudden you saw the ground give out from underneath him, and he just dropped. So you guys are down to 5. You're down to 5 troopers. You're down to 5 troopers and yourselves have made it across this water grub trap.
Wait. When did we lose the second one?
So you lost the first
That
one that
very
fell
first
through the
one.
pit in the very beginning, and then you lost 5
Oh,
more
yeah,
that are
yeah,
trying to get
yeah.
out of the field.
That's right, that's right, that's right. I forgot the first one. Fuck, it fell through.
And so, you guys make it across the other side. You see that you have 5 troopers left. The 5 that are left are shaken. Considering what they just went through, they are a little bit shaken. As you see the trees behind you, the skinny ones that they pointed out, seem to fall out into the water. As Rage, from your vantage point, you see the discard patches disappear. As you see very, wide shapes underneath the water kind of just disperse and kind of just go in different directions.
They swam away?
They got their fill and they deuced.
They gone.
Well, I guess you 5 are the lucky ones.
They look at you and go, yeah, lucky. That's the word we'd use right now. Going through this fucking corrupted, infested marsh. Lucky. That's the word we'd use. Yes.
Hey, you're still alive, asshole.
We're
say, you could be
1.5
dead.
kilometers into this land, and we've lost over half our team. We have 3.5 more kilometers to go.
Well,
But you still breathing.
yeah. Start guiding us.
One of them was like, sure, why not? And goes to the front. It's just like, we've trained for worse. We know what we're doing. And just starts walking down the pathway, coming to you guys, like torch in hand, just as the sun's coming up. And it's just very disgruntled with the situation.
That's the spirit. Keep it up.
And so he keeps on trucking down. And you guys keep on going for another couple 100 meters. Now that
More
you
gators.
start to... No more gators. Not yet.
God damn it.
Be sad.
He took all the gators off the path for the rest of the way.
No more gators.
He's like, this fucker just tried to turn one into a pet. No more.
You know what? No, fuck you. Give me high or low. Call it.
Hi.
Alright, so as he comes down the pathway, he's walking. And you guys are right behind him with the rest of the troopers kind of spread in between you. And he's walking down the pathway and he comes across a natural bridge that seems to be made out of stone and a few other things with water on either side. He goes to check the rocks and the rocks seem solid. The ground itself seems solid. Go away, Norn, I'm streaming. Fucking
What?
Norn. Norn popped up on my
Is that
screen.
antivirus?
Yeah, my antivirus pilot was like, oh, these are the files we've scanned this one. I'm like, why are you here? Get away from me. The worst time. He starts walking down. He checks on the rocks. He says, like, looks good. We're going to keep pushing. He gets halfway across the land bridge. And this land bridge is probably easily about 6 feet across. Like, it's big enough that they built it to bring carts down. Because, again, this was meant for engineers. In the olden days, before this whole shit went sideways. And so it's pretty big. And he's like, yeah, it looks alright. And all of a sudden you see this giant shape of a gator come up out of the water and just snatch him off the land bridge and go into the water on the other side.
Well, you got your wish.
There's
Go
your
get 'em.
gator.
Never mind, guy. You weren't so lucky.
He
Eat it.
just fucking Lake Placid in his ass.
Oh, shit.
And so, as you come up to the land bridge, slowly making your way up, you see that there are a bunch of tops of heads in the water staring at the bridge. You can count easily 3 or 4 more gators just kind of chilling in the water.
Salty's
Can
throwing
I-
this one.
Can I spot like a bull?
Spot a what?
A bull.
A bull, like the big one?
Yeah, like the alpha.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that one of the heads is significantly bigger than the rest of them.
Jump on in. Water's fine.
I just poke him in the back. Go on.
Go on,
I'm
get.
not tied to him anymore, am I?
No, you're not.
Cobra will pat him on the back and give him sanctuaries. And say, well, have at her.
Oh,
So,
shit.
sanctuary,
Alright. So we're doing this?
yeah, just so you know, Salty, sanctuary gives you a ward against anyone attacking you or harmful spells. They have to make a wisdom saving throw, and if they fail, they must either choose a new target or lose the attack or spell.
So basically, you have it to where, like, if anybody like any of the other gators tries to fucking attack me, like,
They'll have to either attack one of the other gators or give up their attack.
nice.
Good
Alright,
thing
If
this
they
is
So-
fail the whiz save.
You want to fucking fight a gator? Here's your chance, Tovar. There's four of them with one big one sitting in the water.
Yeah. I want the fucking big one as my pet.
All right, so you see that the biggest head is on the left side of the land bridge with another gator, and then on the right side of the land bridge are the two other gators. The fifth one who ate the trooper on the land bridge has kind of fucked off because he's eating, so he's not really much of a concern, but you can see the rest of them.
Well, it's time for that fucking gator to get fucked. What do you
Just-
want? Athletics to fucking wrestle him?
All right, so you're not even in the water yet, so
Yeah, I can
want you
run
to-
and jump
you're
on
gonna
top of him.
you're gonna run and jump into. Okay, so are you raging as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're raging, so you get advantage on your athletics. So sure, you're gonna fucking running long jump on top of the alligator. Got it.
Yep.
This is not what I thought it was gonna be. This is supposed to be like a horror session, and it's become Tovar finds gator friend. A fucking Happy Gilmore scene. Like, I had a scene with like Coverall and Mandie and Rage. It was like really spoopy and a little bit of horror, and then it was like exploding frog, and Tovar's like, I'm gonna golf club it, and it's like, all right, I guess. Then crossing the line, it's like, oh, it's gonna be a scary stick bug. It's gonna kill people, and it's just like, nope, we saved the people. It's like, great. Exploding frog on the log with Mandie. Mandy's just like, nope, I eat it, and I'm like, all right, cool. Fucking water grub trap. All right, let's see how they get out of this one. One guy dies, and they're like, oh, we're gonna do it safe. He's just like, I can see it with my eye holes, and everyone's like, all right, we're gonna play it safe. We're not gonna rush. And it's like, all right, everyone gets through, and you lose a few more guys, and they're like, it's fine. They get through, and it's like, oh, we came across more gators. Tovar's like, I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of those gators. And it's like, this is not at all what I had planned. It was gonna be like spoopy, and you guys are gonna be surrounded, and you guys are like, nah, we are the danger. I don't think they understand.
Corrall just gets really into, like, he gets pulled into hype really easily. So when Tovar's like, I'm gonna get a gator, Corrall's just like, yeah!
The hype man Coverall.
Dude, we should fucking take that stick with that damn red flag and use it as our fucking like marker. Like a damn fucking flag.
All right, so with
Fucking
the 19, you guys see as you guys are like cheering on Tovar, like, go get that gator, go beat his ass, yeah, get that gator, son, yeah, get that gator. And you see Tovar just get a running start and leap fucking ass first at this gator. Just fucking
No, you can't be ass first. He doesn't want to kill it.
just throwing his entire mass at this bull alligator. And you see the smaller gator and the bull both turn to you in the water, and like the bull's mouth opens as you just come down feet first on top of its head and just smash it into the water. and you immediately grapple it. And so you are now fighting with the Alpha Gator.
Yeah.
And so roll me that advantage athletics to start wrestling the gator while I roll a wisdom on the fucking other gator, which, what's your spell save DC overall?
Spell save DC is... Where do I see that? Sorry.
Under spells is at the top.
Okay, spells top 11 right now.
Alright. So that gator does pass its wisdom, but it's just like, I don't know what the fuck's happening. So it's trying to understand the situation before it does anything else. As it just saw this large man come flying out of the fucking air and drop onto this bigger gator.
Yeah.
And
I
so,
got a 16.
so you and the gator begin to tussle. As you are just like on its back, wrenching its jaws, just like it's trying to spin you in the water, and you're coming out of the water like, I got it, I got it.
This is like fucking Ace Ventura.
Yeah, that's what I thought of.
Just like, yeah, damn right you do.
The other two gators on the other side of Lambert just kind of like keeping to themselves. The one gator there is like, like it can't really seem to get an edge in. And so go ahead and roll your nest athletics check. Same rules as before. You gotta beat it 3 times to subdue it, I guess, is the rule we're going for. Oh, Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
So you guys see Tovar just comes out of the water, goes, I told you I got it, as you see him pick up the bull gator by its head and flings it at you guys onto the shore. Out of the water, and just for extra
A
flavor,
fucking chopper missile.
yeah, you throw the bull gator onto the shore. Like, I'm gonna beat your ass up there. I'm taking you out of your element. You throw him at the foot of the lane bridge, and as the other gator comes up, it comes to bite you, and you just punch it in the nose and keep on walking past it. Because it just failed its whiz save, so it came out and was like, I'm gonna get you, and you were like, no, punk. And just you come out of the water as this gator seems afraid. It doesn't know what the fuck just happened to it. It
Doom
just got
walking towards the bull gator.
like you hear Doom music in the background.
Cracking the knuckles.
It's just like, oh, it's happening. Oh, it's coming down. And so roll another athletics save because now you're going to be getting into the more
Mandy?
fisticuffs. Fucking fighting the gator. How does that session go? Oh, one of my players fisticuffed a fucking gator. It was weird. It was a weird time all the way around.
24.
Jesus.
You come up, the gator goes to lunge at you, and you just again pick it up by its belly and its snout and just like flip it over onto its back. Just slam it into the ground. You guys feel the ground shake as you see the size of this gator now in front of you. Is that in the water it was deceiving. On land it is easily 16 feet. It is this massive monster of a specimen that you just saw Tovar pick up like a fucking rag doll and slam into the ground. Alright, and you're in the subduing, so you gotta win one more time and you're gonna have them. So roll that
Elbow
athletics
drop
check
that
one
bitch.
more time.
Son of a bitch.
Let's see it.
12.
So
Ooh.
you go to put the gator in submission as you're just like, you're wrenching him tight. He springs himself up and he goes to bite you, and he's going to try and get
Thank you, Mandie.
a bite in on you. And what's your AC? Is it 15? 15 now?
15.
15?
Oh, did
So-
you cast a wisdom save?
Oh, that's right. He has to pass a wisdom save. So he passes the wisdom save and then gets the... let's see if he gets the chomp in. He gets the chomp in and he gets you on your upper leg. And you're just
Thanks,
like...
man.
And so he deals 8 points to you, which is reduced to 4. Because of you're enraged.
Yeah.
And so that's him. So now you're going to have to roll enough athletics to try and return the favor. Gain your victory.
I don't. Does the berserk thing still play?
Oh, that's right. We have to do your berserk check. Tovar, only a wisdom save. Thank you, Mandie, for the fart noise. It is very well timed. Thank you, Rage, for reminding me. Because he hasn't taken damage yet this session, so I forgot that that's a
No,
condition
yeah.
because of the Great Axe. Oh, you fucking pass it. You don't go berserk.
Focusing on this motherfucker.
You are focused. This is a man of focus, determination, and sheer fucking will. Going at this fucking gator.
Fuck me, man.
Whoa, what'd you get? So,
Well,
with that 12 though, it rolled a nat 1, which gives it a 5 in total. So you still
Yes.
win the bout, and so it bites you. You pull its jaws open, you shut them, and at the last one, you just pick it up and you just atomic pile driver this bull gator into the fucking dirt and just throw his body onto the ground. And it seems subdued and is looking at you, and it seems to not really want to try and fight you. What do you say to the gator to get it to become your companion?
Hold on. Going back to the, if everything was animated, I want to see that animated.
Right?
yeah. That would be fucking amazing. Like, all of it.
Just every bit of it.
So what's your quip now that you've beaten the gator and it seems to have
Fucking-
yielded to you?
Fucking tombstones the fucking gator. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Tovar has to have something to say to this gator that he just fucking atomic pile driver into the fucking dirt, and it's just like pointing at it like, motherfucker.
Just pat it on his head and go, you mine now.
Just pat him on the head. That'll do, pig.
So you guys see Tovar pile drive this gator and drop it,
And then just
and he
pat him on the
stands.
head and be like, "You're coming with me."
Tovar stands up. The gator seems to not wish to fight and seems to yield to the strength of this creature in front of it. And Tovar slowly approaches the gator, still opening its jaws and hissing. And you just see Tovar reach out a single hand and pat it on the head with some force and go, "That'll do, pig." And the gator just goes, it just seems to calm down. And Mandie, as the druid, you recognize that the gator now recognizes Tovar as its alpha.
Well, this is interesting turn.
Razor, that's true on that gif.
Fucking shit.
This is
Rage
the
or the
hell
one that? Oh, you. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
So how do I-
That's the reaction to the fucking pile driver.
So for context of everyone watching the stream, this is the chain of memes that has been shared over the course of this scene.
I guess
We
I should do
have
that.
we have Kavral coming in with the hype man. And then we have Rage posting of him and Finrod watching the pile driver. Of just... And then finally with Mandie of just being like, "Gator don't play no shit."
So how do I go
Beautiful.
about adding a gator to my action?
You add him in your inventory as a companion. Just say you have a bull gator in your inventory now. I'll have to figure out
Jesus.
getting you the fucking stat block for the fucking bull gators.
So just custom item?
Yeah,
That's
basically,
gonna be-
just you have a bull gator, like
Yeah,
just so
big-
you remember he's there.
Big fuck off gator. Got it.
Oh god, you can give him a name if you want. It's just not how I imagined
think he just
the
did.
game was gonna go.
I think he just did. Big fuck
Big
off
fuck
gator.
off
That's
gator.
Yeah.
Big
Add
fuck
to
gator, get him.
equipment. Got it. Add
Come
in
here,
big
fuck off. Come here.
gator.
That thing's so
This-
confused. Wait, do I come here? Do I fuck off?
This little fuck off on a treat.
Just fuck off on a tree.
Now roll over. Roll over, fuck off.
This is not how I imagined the game was gonna go at all, but I'm here for
I'll
it.
come up with a name for him. He'll
So-
have a name.
So you now have this gator as a companion, and Devar, you and your gator friend go across the land bridge with no fear, as you see that the other gators in the water have now vanished and have vamoosed from the area, watching you not only jump feet first onto it, beat the shit out of it, throw it onto land, and then fucking beat the shit out of it some more. And then now it recognizes you as its alpha. They're like, nah.
Oh, man. I just realized what you should have said to that gator when you patted on his head.
What?
Get fucked.
You should just use the catchphrase. He said the thing. He said the thing. So you go across the land bridge, you cross the 40-50 feet across it with no fear as you have this 16-foot gator just walking behind you. Just dun 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 dun. It's just traversing like a gator do.
Just a casual 16-foot gator walking beside fucking 5 monstrosities.
Just
Fucking 16-foot gator walking right next to a fucking 7.5 foot tall Goliath.
Eventually, you can probably just saddle and ride that thing around.
Oh, you should look at what Mandie just posted.
oh no, yeah, that's basically what it looks like. It's just gonna be fucking Tovar riding the fucking gator into battle, just like, all right, here we go.
That's gonna be me and the gator. That's gonna be me and the gator, the fucking petting and shit.
God, I mean, everyone deserves a companion, but this was just something I wasn't expecting.
Just wait until fucking Bird comes back.
Oh jeez.
He's gonna be like, what the?
He was afraid of the BOOGLE. Just wait till this is still for him now.
Oh, Mandie,
What?
we could have the BOOGLE ride the gator.
Yes!
Oh jeez.
It's their trusty steed.
This needs to be animated so badly.
This needs to be drawn or animated. This is ridiculous.
Oh, God.
This is reaching levels of ridiculous I never thought was going to occur.
Oh my
This is
God.
hilarious.
Oh, this is how every session goes, though, Bird. You should have seen
I
something
know,
going
but I
wrong.
was like, man, I was hoping for like a spoopy session. It was just like, no, gator fight. And I was like, all right, I guess, sure. Gator companions, let's go.
Your fault for fucking giving me a giant fucking fucking
When
frog
I
to
was
just-
putting creatures in the world for this specific part, I was like talking to Carson about. I was like, I'm going to put in big creatures that are going to be hard to fight because I want them to understand that they can either take a shit ton of damage, or they're going to have to run because some of these creatures are going to be fucking utterly horrifying. And she's like, right, you're trying to like bounce it. I was like, yeah. And so when I put these in here, I was like, cool. So this is how we're going to balance it, like big fucking gators, the nitro frogs, the fucking grandfather longlegs, like all these different, the fucking water grub traps. I still have to show like the skull draggers and stuff, the creatures that are in here. And it's like, cool, I put all these in. And it's like, the first scene, everyone was like, oh man, this is super tense. And then afterwards, just like golf swing, gator fight. What a fucking world. So, you guys
like,
make
why
it
the
to...
fuck do I do this shit?
I do this shit because it's hilarious. That's why I do it. So you guys make it the next 200-300 meters. The BOOGLE is now riding on the back of the gator. And you guys cross the 2-kilometer marker. Basically telling me that you're about halfway between you and the old keep. And if you didn't have an aura of terrifying strength behind you before, you do now to the wildlife that you are currently dealing with. Because not only is it like, oh, this looks like food, but now it's like, oh, that motherfucker has a 16-foot gator going with him. Like, that is some straight intimidation. So you're seeing you're seeing a lot less wildlife kind of poking its head up at you. At one point, you do see a large gator kind of come out of the water a little bit, and big fuck off gator looks at him, and just he immediately retreats back into the water.
Just walking through this fucking like swamp, big dick swinging right now.
I just pat the gator. Good boy.
So, as you guys make it further, the marsh starts to look like it turns into almost a semi-jungle. The foliage gets a lot thicker. You're starting to see vines and thinner trees. You're starting to see the canopy is regrown. It's starting to become a little bit more shade, a little darker in certain areas because of the lack of sunlight being able to breach the canopy. And so you guys keep pushing through, and you come across a couple of things. You come across what looks to be like overturned boulders. You come across some broken trees, but nothing that really screams danger. And as you're walking down your pathway, you come across a wall of what looks like vines. They're all intertwined. They seem to kind of like grown off of trees and made like a weird, like, I guess, like curtain of vines, I guess you could call it. That seems to kind of be in your way, and it seems to be rather entangled past that point. To get basically through it to stay on your pathway. As to get around it, you'd have to go into the marsh itself, which, even with your big dick energy because of the big fuck off gator, it's not something you want to risk, because who's the fuck to say what is actually out there?
Can I fly above it to see how long or how?
I mean, the
like,
canopy's too
distance of it?
thick for you to really fly up. You can fly
Okay.
up to the top of where the vine curtain kind of starts, I guess, but there's no way for you to like get up and over it to see how far it is or how deep it is. You can visually see it and see that it's probably about 20-30 feet of vine coverage that's just become all twisted and tangled.
Well, we all got swords, right? Or
And
sharp objects.
Yeah, if we want to get blinded.
You want to get blinded with the sight?
I forgot about the fucking scythe.
I forgot about the scythe. Do you throw the scythe? Like a boomerang?
No, you cannot
That sounds like
boomerang
a
the
horrible
scythe.
fucking idea.
That's how you lose a limb.
Oh, I would duck.
I would duck, says the one guy. I'm like, oh yeah, I'd get out of the way.
Yeah. Question.
Yes.
If we know he's about to do it, we like turn our backs and like fucking.
Yeah, you're not in combat, so you guys can take like precautionary steps to not be blinded by the scythe, if that's what you're wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
I
that's
mean,
a good idea.
It's literally like if someone was welding in front of you, you can
Yeah.
just turn your eyesight away from the welding, so you don't. Just because someone's welding doesn't mean you have to stare at it with no goggles. Like you can look away from
But-
it.
It's a light.
Yeah.
You're not a
Shiny
fucking
thing.
moth person.
It's shiny. I want to touch it.
You don't know my life. I could be Mothman.
That's why you're blind all the time, because you're staring into fucking TIG welding sites. Like, oh man, what's going on over here? Actually, the UV radiation just burns your retinas out.
Yeah.
It's fine. But yeah, so if, you know, Finra wants to use the scythe to kind of cut through the vines, you guys can just turn your backs, cover your eyes, whatever. You know, I can even say that Finra can close his eyes when he swings, once he, like, measures it, so he doesn't blind himself, or at least blinds himself less. Like,
Yep, that sounds like a good path to go about.
yeah, so
I'm gonna kind of like hover over Big Fuck Off Gator and, you know, like gently cover his eyes. That way he doesn't get blinded.
you're gonna cover the gator's eyes with your back to me. Like, it's okay, buddy. Hang on. We gotta bring out the big tool. We gotta fix this problem really quickly.
Don't get scared. Don't get scared.
So,
Basically treat it like a fucking dog.
yeah. It's a
Tell
big
all the
scaly
soldiers
I mean,
not
it
to
is.
look while we do this.
Yeah.
It's a swamp puppy.
I wanna-
puppy.
I want like some sort of reaction from the 4 troopers
Oh my
that are
God.
left over.
Puppies.
They are staying the fuck away from you.
Oh, buddy.
They're like they were astounded you
Buddy.
did in the first place, and the
Good
fact that you walked out of it relatively unscathed and with a gator following you. They're like, nah, we're back here. We're in no. You lead the way. You seem to know what you're doing.
We're here as backup.
Yeah, we're here as extra hands at this point. Like, I don't know what you want from us. But yeah, so Finrod, you walk up, you basically give everyone the precautionary, and you pull out the scythe, you unfold it and extend the handles of it, and you kind of lean back and you just give it one good swing through, and it cuts through the vines with relative ease and makes a nice little clearing for the first few feet. And so you can just repeat it if you so wish, walking yourself down, just kind of cutting through the vines that go for about 18 feet or so.
Yep.
Alright, so you just go on down and you're just swinging. You're just giving yourself a few good swings here and there, cutting through relatively easily. And as you swing the last time through it, because I rolled low, which is lovely for me, as you're putting the scythe away, as you cut through the vines, you're breaking the handle back down, you're folding the blade in, you're putting it back in your bag. Something falls from the vine net onto you, and it looks like a piece of vine. And it's just like draped over your body as it just like falls on you from a few feet up.
And I'm
You're
just sitting here
screwed.
trying to get it off of me. Like, what just happened?
So in your panicking, you throw it off you, and when it hits the ground, it looked like a vine, but it's the body of a dead snake that you seem to have decapitated during your escapade of slicing through it. And as you turn behind you, because none of them passed their fucking dex save to avoid it, you see 3 more of these large bodies of these snakes fall out of the canopy and just land onto the ground with a thump.
Oh no.
And you just
Well, looks like we're not
ruin
dealing with any snakes, guys.
Yeah, you ruined
My
fucking
gift,
another
my gift is
encounter
even more
for me.
relevant.
Oh yeah, these vine snakes would be a great thing to have them deal with. And Finrod's like, observe. It's just
Slice, slice, slice.
So you cut a tunnel through the vines, and you lead everyone through it as the bodies of these snakes have fallen from the canopy, from the drape, and now lay on the ground as you guys just kind of step over it and just kind of meander through. Big fuck off gator like picks up a body, starts eating it. He's like, yeah, delicious, and continues forward. Sustenance.
Crocodile just kind of got like wide eyes, nodding like, nice.
So yeah, so you guys make it through there and you keep on going. Fine. Alright. So you just keep on trucking through. You go another few hundred meters, and you come across a straight path that seems to be surrounded on both sides by bamboo shoots. Like a very thick bamboo grove essentially grows through here. Some of them seem to have been growing in the path. Some of them are growing mostly outside of it. But it seems to be relatively thick. And it goes on for probably 100 or so feet as you seem to be cutting through this grove of bamboo that grows outward in both directions from the pathway. You seem to be taking the shortest path across. Yes, actual bamboo shoots, yes.
I was about to say, do I need to use my perception to see if there's bodies above us?
I mean, if you want to, sure, because you will know what you're kind of looking for. But at first glance...
Yeah, that's 24.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
At first glance, it looks like regular bamboo. With your perception, Mandie, you're looking up because you're like, no sir, I know what I'm looking for, I know what's fucking here. And you don't see anything immediately. You're looking and you can clearly see, but the canopy seems to be blocking it a little bit. So you can't tell if there's shapes against the darkness of the canopy, but you don't see any evidence of dead things that would point towards whatever you're dealing with. That's not to say there's nothing there, but it looks somewhat clear.
Can we light a torch and throw it up there?
You also have incendiary arrows, but yeah, you can do that too.
Yeah, but I don't want to fucking shoot something that's already dead with an incendiary arrow. I mean, based.
I mean, yeah, you can light a torch and have someone huck it up there.
Oh, Tovor's not here. I need to bounce it off his ass.
Tovar would probably be the best with his strength. Corporal would be willing to try throwing it.
Do it.
Go for it.
It's not as tall as you think. It's probably about 10, 12 feet up. So you guys can have Tovar do it. You guys can have Corporal do it. It's whatever works you. As long as you don't
Who wants to
throw
have the
super
fun?
low. Like it's just like throwing a stick overhand. Like you can easily make the distance of 10 feet up into the air. If you can't, you're probably a child.
By the way, did no one see my
Wow.
gift?
I am
Way to
back.
call me out.
Oh, you are? Oh, well,
Yeah, I just got back.
I haven't
Fucking
looked at
fuck
it
you.
yet.
range.
I did roll, what was it? Athletics?
Yeah, athletics.
17.
Yeah, so you're easily able to take a torch, light it, and just overhand huck it, kind of in a nice arc through the top of the canopy. And Mandie, as he does this, you do start to see what looks to be shapes up there. And I say shapes as in plural.
Nope.
Oh no.
I refuse. I'm not doing it. Can't make me. Fuck all y'all.
Midge just turns around and runs the other way.
Is it possible to get around this safely?
So you look to the sides of the pathway coverall, and you see that this bamboo grove, basically, if I was to, here, let me pull up a standard screen. Oh, this is the gator poachers. They need to go away. You guys.
They already have.
Yeah, you guys murked
They got
some
better
poor
things.
gator poachers.
4 of them sank over here somewhere. And they were
Yeah,
eaten by gators.
Some of them were over there and just fucking, whatever. Yeah, so essentially, what you guys would see, if we're going to put it to brass tacks, is you would see a large grove going this way with your path basically cutting through the center like this. So the grove extends to the right and to the left, and you're basically taking the shortest path across it. And Mandie, you don't know how many shapes you saw, but you saw more than one. So there's more than one along this pathway.
Great. Not doing it.
To get around it, you could definitely try, but you're not sure where the marsh starts and where the bamboo ends, essentially.
It is all canopy still, right?
Yes.
Trying to take away my flying ability so I can't fuck up one of your encounters again. He knows how we didn't answer that.
Alright. What do you
I
guys
saw
want
him
to
on
do?
stream
Yeah,
reply the way he
tabbed over. He's
did.
just like,
Yeah, I see you laughing, you motherfucker. Really wants Maddie to deal with these spiders.
I know he does. I don't like it.
I mean, I want you guys to just get creative with your solutions. You're in a swamp full of corrupted creatures that at least one of them is exploding frogs. You have a fucking 16-foot gator with you. A
Wait,
sack
wait,
that
are
can
there
cut through most
frogs around?
materials.
How dry is the bamboo?
Not as dry as you would like.
It won't burn.
I mean, it could.
There it is,
You could try and burn it, but you're in a marsh that's very humid. And if you're looking
Yeah,
for
those,
frogs, Rage, you can give
Bloody
me
frogs? Yeah.
nature or perception to look for frogs.
I'm gonna
Over
say I
Tovar,
could
you
use
can also
my
do that into the fucking
Thunderclap
canopy.
cantrip.
Oh.
You could use your Thunderclap cantrip as well, or your Thunderwave.
I do not have Thunderwave.
Oh no, yeah, Thundercolors. You do the cone. Yeah. Yeah, however you guys want to do it. If you want to try and all find different solutions or look for different stuff, go for it. Just tell me what you want. I'll tell you what to do.
Tovar, you think if I find one of these frogs, you can like toss it to the top of the canopy and blow it up?
Probably.
Shall we try that? What'd you say, nature or what?
Nature or perception.
They're both +3, so it doesn't really matter, I guess.
Well, nature will give you more along the idea of where to look for the frogs. Perception's going to be looking specifically for the frogs.
I got a 15 for nature.
So you'll be able to look around. Yeah. So Rage, with your 15 in nature, you're able to basically look around and be like, okay, these frogs are X size. They're this wherever they hide out at, and you see a little structure made in the marsh where you'd imagine there'd be some frogs. And Tovar, with your perception 16, as you're helping Rage look for it, you see a few frogs near that structure, kind of hanging out either inside of it or in the water, as you see them again glaring at you from the water itself.
Ooh, I got an idea. Grab one and throw it, and I'll shoot it with an arrow.
Yeah. Skate shooting.
Yes! I'll make it a fucking flame arrow, too.
What do you guys think?
Well, you know the general area. You saw the shapes, right? From when I threw the torch. I could always throw the torch again. You need... Throw the torch again.
I mean, if it doesn't work, I can always Thunderclap too.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to try that first? Because I feel like that's easier.
Probably has less chances of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm more saying. Less risk.
But is it as
Everyone
fun?
is going to have to do
A lot
a
less fun, you're right.
Constitution saving throw.
What?
Everyone has to do a Constitution saving throw?
Yes.
That sounds more risky. What the fuck was I thinking?
You create a burst of thunderous sound that can be heard up to 100 feet. Each creature within range, other than you, must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d6 thunder damage.
Would we be able to have an advantage for being prepared?
Yes.
I was about to say, it's only a 12, so...
So yeah, so if you go with that plan, you guys would have an advantage on your Constitution saving throw as you guys would prepare for it. Or you can try and get the frogs and throw/shoot them at the shapes. Or you can try to find another solution. I mean, there's different ways to kind of go about it, but whatever plan you get, it'll be fun for me.
I was kind of for backing the skeet shooting of frogs.
I mean,
Does
yeah.
Sound interesting.
All right, let's
I've already like
fucking do it.
imagined this in my head.
Let's fucking do it. I'm
Alright,
game.
So,
Throw a pebble at it. It'll come at
how
you.
many frogs are over there?
You see 4 or 5.
Fuck.
We got
So
5
thinking-
chances at this.
Well,
Or one if you really does so.
Look, shush.
well, no, I was thinking about throwing more than one at a time.
But I'm gonna have to
Just
shoot
go
more than
into
one at a
a
time.
rage and start like machine gunning them like out of elf.
I mean,
Snowballs just.
I mean, Mandie also has a bow.
That's true.
I have javelins.
I do have a bow, but I'm very bad at shooting it, so...
Except when you're fucking shooting me in the leg.
Would you like me to shoot you in the leg again?
No, you can pretend the frog's my fucking leg, though. I don't know. How do you guys want to do this?
I feel like let's try it with one and see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will get my bow ready in case Rage misses.
Which
I'll prepare a
could
javelin just
also
in
happen to.
case.
So, okay. Throw in a pebble at a single frog. Try and get him to fucking come over. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Just normal athletics, right?
Yep, just to throw that stone correctly.
Fuck's sake. The rolls are not with me.
So you throw the stone, and you do manage to hit one of the frogs. But it seems that you've now aggroed all of the
All
frogs.
frogs. Yeah.
We'll help the alpha frog.
Just pile drive it. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
So you see that all 5 frogs that... the frogs that weren't in the water now go into the water, and they all seem to be slowly making their way towards you. But Mandie, one thing you remember that you saw from these creatures before is that they seem to have these grippers that drop from them. So you believe that maybe shooting the frog won't be the best option, but maybe just getting it within range.
Getting it within range of the gripper?
Of the thing, yeah, that could probably be a good plan.
The thing up in the...
Up in the trees. Up in the
Yeah.
canopy. Up in the bamboo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, just yeet them
now
up.
this isn't skeet shooting anymore, and now I've lost interest.
Now it's just fucking
Throwing frogs at trees.
throwing frogs. Yeeting frog.
Alright, kids. I guess we are going to yeet these frogs up.
Alright.
Feeling froggy, motherfucker? Better leap.
Alright, so for you to pick up these frogs, if each of you are picking up a frog to throw, each of you need to roll animal handling so it doesn't explode in your hands.
What if I'm just molly-whopping
no,
them?
Mandie.
Small.
I know, and I'm proficient
Yeah.
in animal handling.
What if I'm just like molly-whopping them
I mean,
into the
there's-
air? Technically, I'm not handling them.
So they're still in the water, so you're gonna wait for them to come out of the water as a group, and you're gonna try and like punt one towards the creatures.
I don't know.
I mean, whatever
we
your
got
plan
that
is, just
pitch
give me what your plan is, and I'll let you know what goes on and what you need. I just need to know what your plan is. So basically, if you guys are picking up a frog so you can throw it accurately, you need to roll animal handling. If you are doing what Tovar is doing, where you just want to try and goalie kick it towards whatever the hell they are, you'll need to give me... you'll need to give me a dex followed by athletics.
Corporal's gonna risk grabbing one to eat it.
Okay.
So animal handling. it bounced against the wall. It was gonna be a 16. It's a 9.
So, Mandie, you were
Oh.
able to pick up one of the frogs, and it's croaking at you, but it's hissing, almost like it's kind of, but it's not exploding actively, so you're able to kind of aim yourself at where those creatures are. And Coverall, in the same sense, you didn't maliciously fuck up when you picked up the frog. You don't really like how big this frog is, or that it smells like sulfur and phosphorus. But you are just like, ha, like hot potatoing and like holding it at arm's length away.
Oh, shit.
Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what to
Yeah,
do.
I don't know what to do either because my animal handling is +1, but my dex, it was a dex save or just dex?
It'd be a dex save, yeah.
Dex save, yeah, so it's +4, and then athletics +3.
I mean, you'd have to do 2 rolls, but you'd have better odds, kind of.
Yeah,
I
that's
have
what I'm saying.
+1 on my dex, so, but +8 on my athletics.
The frogs are
But-
getting closer. They're on the land
animal
now. You
handling.
gotta give me a
+2.
decision.
I'm gonna do animal
Oh.
handling.
All right, Finrod, roll it.
Yeah, I'll do fucking animal handling.
Oof.
7.
7 on animal handling.
13.
All right, so for Rage and Finrod, you guys pick up the frogs, and they seem very angry that you're picking them up. They are hissing with great intent, and they don't like it. So you believe that you are in danger. So you need to give me a athletics immediately to throw it. Tovar, you seem a little bit easier to kind of handle yours and kind of line it up so your shot's a little bit better.
So
Yeah,
I get athletics with advantage or just athletics?
There's no pressure on you to throw it. You're not doing it like you're actually able to aim it. All right, so
I had some.
I love
So-
having a +8.
Kovral, Finrod, and Rage, none of you explode immediately when you pick up the frogs and you go to throw them. So
I got
all
a nat
three,
20.
yeah, all of you are able to just yeet these frogs. So all 5 of you basically throw these frogs at different strengths and angles as they kind of hit the ground and roll into the bamboo forest. As you see the shapes in the canopy kind of move, as some of the bamboo shoots move as well, as you see those shimmering grippers drop out of the canopy and grab a couple of the frogs, and you see them get picked up by 3 or 4 different sets as they're being slowly pulled up, as you hear the frogs croaking and hissing as they're being pulled up. And you wait to see what happens. None of them prematurely detonate that I'm seeing yet. Nope. Nope. And nope. So all of them get pulled up into the creatures as you just watch the frogs disappear into the upper canopy of the bamboo trees.
Poor little frog.
The hissing stops as you can no longer hear it, as you guys now start to see some of the bamboo trees start to move, and you start to see these creatures kind of come in between the light shooting down through the canopy as these large arachnid-like bodies kind of drift above the tops of the trees. And you just sit there watching as you count a few seconds down, and all of a sudden you just hear poof, 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 as these...
Totally imagining fucking the Kingsman in that movie.
Basically like that, or like the tanker bug from Starship Troopers. That was
That
the
too,
grenade
yeah.
inside. That's kind of what you're looking at, is that
That's fair.
you throw the grenades inside, and you're like, alright, we're waiting for it, and you see just the abdomens and thorax just explode as you see the bodies of these arachnids fall down as their legs give out from the trauma hit their nervous system and their bodies. as you now see these 4 large carcasses just kind of fall like tree timbers onto the pathway in front of you, as the ground is showered with the green goo from inside the bugs.
Yummy. Well, Corvo would like to throw another torch to see if he can see any more up in the...
Yeah, go for it. Roll athletics. Just gonna give it a good yeet, if you will. And I love you guys like, hey, we're gonna deal with these spiders by just throwing grenades at them in frog form. It was wonderful. I'm here for it.
Did that fuck up your your
That was
plans
one.
too?
No, that was one of the solutions. I was like, you guys know that these species exist, so you can use it as a solution, and the dice were in your favor.
I got a 13.
Yeah, it's not super hard to throw a torch at the right angle, and so you get it through there, and you don't see any more shapes along the canopy. So you believe that the 4 that you were dealing with are the only ones on that path. So you guys can move through rather effortlessly, kind of stepping over these large bodies of now dead grandfather longlegs, as you come to find out that they're called, along the ground, bleeding out.
Corvo will mention to Rage. I don't know if it would be possible to harvest anything from them, but they seem to have acidic compound if you want to use that for, like, poison or acid arrows or something.
That's a good point. Maybe the druid should try to bottle them up, since...
I mean, unfortunately, most of the acidic compounds in their stomachs, and those just got exploded all over the canopy.
Yeah.
If you captured one that didn't get exploded by a nitro frog, that'd be a different story entirely.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some.
Yep.
Alright, let's fucking push forward.
Sounds good.
So
I just saw the gift man.
Yeah, I think it's fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tovar just kind of reaches back, grabs Mandie's hand, and fucking guides her. That way she can close her eyes.
Nope, 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 nope.
trying to see if they actually have a gif of the spider from that movie. That'd actually be really cool if it did, but it doesn't look like it does. Oh, that sucks. That's actually a really cool scene. That's kind of why I wanted you guys to see it. Well, I'll have to post it later so you can kind of see what you were dealing with.
Okay.
Because I got a lot of these are from my own head, but also inspired by essentially the nightmarish composition that is Kong Skull Island. So a lot of nightmare fuel out of that movie, and I love it. I'm here for it. So you guys make it through there. You've killed the grandfather longlegs. You've made your way through it. As stated before, because of how well you guys been handling and what you're looking for, is that you seem to be running really well through the forest. You're not running into as many difficulties as you thought you would, whether it's because of the actions you've taken or what you know to look for, or the fact that you're being super cautious and kind of taking very advantageous solutions to certain problems. You seem to be moving at a pretty brisk pace, kind of just cutting through certain areas and situations that would be causing a bit of a delay for other groups cutting through who have never done it before. So you make it to the final part of it. You've cleared at this point about 4 kilometers worth of pathway, with little to no difficulty, not really taking a whole lot of damage, as you guys have basically figured out how to kind of maneuver and just found out that there's different ways to kind of get around problems, whether it was running or by using the other fauna to your advantage.
That thing, by the way?
Which what thing?
Ooh,
Yes, that is the thing.
lovely.
Why?
That is the thing that lived in my brain for many weeks. Therefore, I had to turn it into a monster. Yeah, so you guys make it through, and you've cleared about 4 kilometers, and you know you're at the last leg. You know at this point that between everything you've done, you know, you have gone through it. Unfortunately, when you've gone to this last part, the rest of the troopers that were with you wound up getting picked off by different creatures that were existing within the waters or within the lands. Things that you guys are able to kind of get around, but these guys, unfortunately, trying to help you out, put themselves in danger and took the brunt of it, so you didn't have to. One of them was eaten by what looked to be a gator at first, but definitely was not. It looked to be something of a bipedal creature that came out of the water with a face that had no skin on it, looked much more like calcified bone armor, and just got dragged down under before you could even think about it. Another one was taken out by what looked to be like a scorpion tail that came out of the water. There was another one behind him that just kind of stuck him in the back of the neck and grabbed him and then pulled him into the water as well. It was unpleasant, and you guys skimmed through it by the skin of your teeth without taking any damage or risk of life yourself, which is awesome, but also not great for the fact that your backup is now part of the swamp.
And that's not true. Tovar almost lost to a gator.
That is true. Tovar almost lost to a gator. So he's the only one that's taken damage so far in the party, but that's still menial damage compared to what could have occurred. So it's like...
fucking 4 fucking...
Fuck off, gator.
Yeah, 4 hit points, and now we have a fucking 16-foot gator that walks with us. That's a fucking very good trade.
Yeah.
No, I was more talking about you almost losing to the first one.
Oh yeah. The first one was a close call. It was thankfully at a draw.
At the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hold that 20s. What the fuck?
Yeah. Hey, that was good entertainment, man.
It was. It was good entertainment. So you guys make it to this clearing. You see that it is very much at the end of the delta. That the land here is relatively been cleared. It is mostly, like you see on the screen, dead trees and tall grass with some shrubberies kind of picked in here and there.
Shrubberies!
The shrubbery?
Yes,
God damn it, get out of my head.
Oh yeah, we gotta bring a shrubbery back.
Yes, we do have to bring a shrubbery.
So, you see this clearing ahead of you, and there seems to be a dense fog towards the end of it. You know, based on the map that you were given, but like I said before, you're on the last leg. You're as close as anyone has been to the old keep in quite some time. And through the trials and tribulations of this marsh, you have unfortunately lost what troopers you had, but thankfully through your quick thinking and very strange solutions to problems, you were able to solve most of the issues that you were coming across relatively easily or by complete accident, who's to truly say, as you will be the ones to tell the story when you return. But as you come across this clearing, you know that you're close. You can feel it. The sun is past the noon point. It's about 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And as you enter this clearing, it all seems too calm. The sounds that have followed you through the marsh are still there, but you don't see any of what you would consider red flags of creatures lying in wait. None of the skinny dead trees of the water grub. None of the sharp teeth of the trapdoor alligator. You know, things along that line of where things you'd be waiting for ambush predators aren't there, and there's no trees or canopies for any more of the grandfather longlegs to be in hiding. You don't even see any of the nitro frogs. It's just kind of sitting and glaring at you. They seem to be absent from this area. It just seems too good to be true. And as you guys enter, you come across a mound in the ground, essentially. just a large pile of something. And it stands between you and the pathway to go to the old keep. What do you do?
A mound of something?
A mound of something. From a distance, from what it looks like, it's not too dark, you just can't tell what it is made of.
Okay.
It's a mound, you don't know what it's made of, but it's a mound.
Mandie, go poke it.
I was gonna say, do you want some of the people to go investigate it real quick?
I mean, however you
That'd
want
work.
to tackle this, investigate it, go around it, throw rocks at it.
I'm gonna send 2 of the BOOGLE to go check on this.
So you send 2 of the BOOGLE, and they go forward, trudging quickly through the lower marshes and into the grass. And they get within 40, 50 feet of the mound, and they just stop where they are. They refuse to go forward. You're about 30 or so feet behind them as you send them forward to take a look at it, and they just refuse. They will not get closer. You can tell the hairs on their back are raised. Their legs are spread out. You can see the muscles flexing in all of their legs as they are in what looks to be a very fierce combat stance.
Alright, well, I'm not leaving
Get
my...
ready for combat.
Goes about 70 feet.
Yeah, it's about 80. The mound is about 80 feet from you guys. The BOOGLE, the 2 weasels are 30 from you, and they're 50 from the mound.
Oh, that doesn't look good if they don't want to get any closer.
I mean, I can hit that with my bow.
I mean, I can chill touch it too.
As the fog kind of moves around between the sunlight and the winds kind of passing through the marsh, you see the mound is bigger than you thought it was. It is easily 30 feet across and sitting at about 15 high.
Quick, Tovar, throw something at it.
Fuck you want me to throw it?
I don't know.
Finger it.
I'm not gonna finger it.
I
think you
said anger.
it, not
Oh.
finger
Wow.
it.
Wow.
I gotta
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, I
Anger.
heard figure too. Just saying.
Oh,
Where are
Finger it
y'all's
from 70
heads?
feet away? What the fuck?
Shit.
Yeah, it's like, god damn.
70 foot long fucking fingers over here, Tovar?
Yeah. Oh, what do you want me to do? Throw a fucking rock in there?
Can we
I mean, if I shoot it with
Roll
an
to see
arrow,
if we
we'd
can-
probably anger it.
find any
Eat a fucking
toads?
boulder at it?
What'd you say, Cobra?
No,
I was gonna say, could we like roll nature or perception to see if we can find any more toads or anything else that we should be throwing?
I mean, he kind of already said that there was nothing around here. We would have to go back into the forest. And then hopefully be able to handle fucking toads.
long enough to
That'd be
get
a
back.
bit of a distance to bring them back.
Yeah.
It's like the Zelda missions, you're carrying the bomb above your head and it's flashing red and you're like... fuck, 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 fuck.
Yeah. You know, all I was thinking of with those toads were the fucking tickers from Gears of War.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Very much the same idea.
Yeah.
And the way he was just talking about a bomb just now, is I could just think that was Zelda.
Yeah. Yeah.
When Link
that's-
has the bomb over his head.
That's what I was talking about. I was like, that's what you guys like handing the toads are running back like, oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, so, I mean, you guys have this mound. You don't know what it is, what it's made of. You know that the Boogle's afraid of it. You know your path's behind it.
Alright.
You know, there is a chance that you could just try and go around it. That is me giving you advice, but it is like, that is a possible solution for most combat, is that you can just not do that.
Maybe have Rage fly up to see.
I can only go 50 feet.
Well,
Well, I can
how
get 20
high
feet
is
from
the
it.
fucking? No, how high is the fucking thing?
15.
You said
It's only 15
15.
feet high.
But we're 70 feet away.
Yeah, but like you can fly up. That way, when we go to walk around it, you can keep an eye and see if anything's coming up out of the mound. You get what I'm saying? That way we have a
Yeah.
bird's eye view down at it.
You want me to be a drone, is what you're saying.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that.
I'm pretty sure we have at least a 3 kill streak, so that deserves a fucking UAV.
Oh, I mean, we got 4 of the spiders, so yeah, you'd be right.
UAV available, call it in.
Rage just flies up.
All of a sudden, just like gets fucking yeeted into the sky. That's just like doing circles, just yelling down. Guys, I don't see anything. Guys, he's over there. I marked on your map.
Yeah, so
But yeah.
I'll fly about 30 feet up, because then you guys can still hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you fly 30 feet up, and you can clearly see the mound, the path leading up to it that the Boogle took, and then behind it is literally the pathway that would essentially lead to the keep. Hell, from the height that you're seeing, because of the way that the canopy's basically gone in this area until you get back to the other side, you can see the top of the keep in the distance. Like, you know, you're
see.
about a kilometer, if not a little more, from the old keep.
Can I see any way around this mound?
There's plenty of space for you to walk around it. Basically, you're in a big old circle of this, or like a big old square of this short marshland, and it is just 30, 40 feet away from the path head, and it's just smack there in the ground.
So,
Alright, well, let's walk.
So is there enough space to go by it?
yes.
Oh, I'm
Like
glad you're.
I think. Well, no, I'm
Oh,
saying
yes,
like
and
he
you
said
said
that we can clearly see that.
Fair.
Like he said that in the beginning. That's why he was saying that we could walk around. But the main reason why I wanted Rage up in the sky is to keep an eye and make sure that nothing's gonna surprise us as we're trying to walk around.
I thought you were trying to see if there was anything that might like pop out. But,
Well,
I mean, that's still kind of never mind.
yeah.
Basically, he doesn't want you guys to get ambushed, is the whole idea. He wants that
Yes.
UAV to tell them that there's contacts in an area so they don't get ambushed on the way there.
Yes.
Context is important, Tovar. Yeah, so you guys essentially see that that there is basically nothing between you and it, and that you could probably walk around it with relative ease for the most part. Rage, you're not seeing anything super weird or super funky from your position. You see that it is that large mound. You see that there's a couple of weirder shapes kind of in the ground, but you're not sure if they're also mounds or if they're just weird shapes in the muck. What do you guys do?
I mean, I'm down to bypass it.
Cautiously bypass.
I would like to call the BOOGLE back and bypass it.
All right. So
And now we
you
just go
guys,
with the team.
So you guys basically start making your way around it, trying to bypass it as best you can. The Boogle rides on the back of the gator since the water becomes a little bit deeper in certain parts. And you guys just slowly and cautiously make your way around it.
Emotional damage.
Thanks, Mandie. Thanks, when I was in the middle of speaking, hit me with emotional damage. Break preach.
Hi, Tumbleweed.
So, going around it, slowly making your way there, and Rage, you don't see anything kind of pop out or start to move. You're just kind of keeping eyes on what's happening as you guys are slowly maneuvering. And let's see what happens. Alright, go ahead and give me... Thanks, Salty. Go ahead and give me, I guess, stealth at this point. Just to basically see if you guys are going to be able to not make a mockery of yourselves sneaking around this creature.
Mandie.
Or this mound, so to speak.
What?
Can you do your thingy?
Ouch.
I would have if we had thought about it before this.
Well,
That's an ouch.
Big whale?
oh, fucking.
Well, stealth, Jesus. Rage, I will give your stealth a different approach since you're in the air. You're not having the same conditions. I should have specified one of the people on the ground, not you. So I'm not worried about you specifically.
Thank fucking God.
Coverall, what did you get?
5.
Uh-huh, okay. So, Coverall's having a hard time making his way through the marsh, and as you guys kind of get halfway around the mound,
Is it because he's so short and he's drowning?
he's having a time. It's you guys are like, ah, yes, this water's to my knees. He's like, man, it's hitting me in my nips. It's not a good time. So he's having a rough bit of it, and so he's having trouble kind of getting through it quietly, especially with the armor he's wearing. And so, Rage, you start to see the big mound move. And you see that the smaller lumps that were kind of around it also start to move.
Guys, it's moving.
Great.
Is it moving towards them, or
No, it's just like moving in and of itself. Like it itself is just
Like it's stirring.
stirring. Yes, thank you.
My other roll was a 19 too.
I got lucky on mine because I got a roll with disadvantage on stealth as well. But I got a 15 and a 14, so.
Oh.
And I get a +1. So I was good.
They're all within 30 feet of me, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
if I get it directly above you, I'm 30 feet.
Okay, well, get directly above me. Kinky.
I'm there. Yeah, I was trying not to fucking do that, but okay.
Oh my.
Oh
Because if it's
my.
just stirring and it hasn't noticed us yet, I would like to pass. I would like to cast Pass Without Trace, so that we can keep going and be a little stealthier.
I mean, you can most definitely try, but as you're seeing it start to kind of stir, and along with all the smaller mounds seeing also to move around, it's definitely giving you a feeling of it's already over. Something is starting to awaken, if you will.
Well,
And so, in that instance, Rage, as you start to see this whole thing shift, your friends down in the drink basically getting ready to try and sneak around it. I'm gonna put you there. Where is my barbarian token? And then I need a monk boy token.
What you doing?
Don't worry about it. See, you're worrying about it, and you need to not.
Mentally
That's-
prepare yourself.
Yeah, just prepare. It's fine. Just prepare.
Oh yeah, yeah, you know.
Yeah, it's fine. Just worry.
Yes.
I think our DM is
Good.
sick of us getting around these fucking engagements. He's just
No,
like,
it's
nope,
literally,
this
you
was
guys
happening.
could have snuck around it. It's just the fact that the stealth was not great, so it's just like the one kind of popped it off because I was like, all right, let's see if it actually reacts super hard to it, and it rolled high. So it was like, oh, well, big goofs all the way around.
Yeah.
So as you guys basically perch up, this is what you see on the battle map.
Yep.
Oh no.
Great. Love it.
So the big mound erupts, and what looks to be a large worm kind of comes out of the mound in a spiral fashion. Just this massive monster with these 4 giant black talon teeth coming off the different parts of its face, or what you would call a face. It now stands easily 30 feet in the air, extended like it is. The smaller mounds around it seem to also stir and move, but they seem to be smaller versions of it, but these actually seem to be slightly mobile of these smaller, what you would call barnacles, if you will. And it seems that now you are facing down this large barnacle that lives in the middle of this marsh. Your pathway just beyond it.
I mean, is it really the middle of the marsh?
The marsh extends past this map, Mandie.
I'm just saying it's not really the middle when it's like, on the outer edge of it.
Yeah, it's definitely up and to the right.
Fine. Living on the outer edge of this segment of the marsh, but also being in the middle of the larger part of the marsh that's not represented on this battle map. There. Ha! Anyway, you are now faced with what looks to be a elder barnacle and 5 of its spawn that have been waiting here. They are the reason why there doesn't seem to be any other life forms around you in this part of the marsh, as it seems that it has eaten everything it can from where it stands. And as it erupts with a screech, the mound kind of blowing to pieces as it kind of breaks the seal and starts to writhe around looking for prey, you can see in the distance the top of the keep. But the one thing that's making you uneasy about it is that you can see a smoke plume coming from it. And that's where we'll end our session.
God damn barnacle boy and fucking shit.
Great. See, I wasn't wrong when I played emotional damage, you fuck.
Oh no, emotional damage. Ew.
So to be fair, question.
Yes.
I know that Mandie, Rage, and Stealth had already rolled the stealth. But like, if Mandie had agreed to do the casting then, like, this is for future reference, like, if she had agreed to do the casting then, would they be able to just, like, re-roll?
It
And then
has
we
to
would do
be before you do
Okay.
it. So if you are basically if you are looking to have the bonuses of Pass Without Trace on you for that roll, it needs to be done beforehand, because you can technically do it Well, so the way the stealth works, especially in my game, is that you only really need to roll it when you are being looked for. Because you're basically going against the perception or the passive perception of whatever you're walking around. So, much like in the instance of, like, if you've ever played Metal Gear Solid, you essentially are in constant stealth until someone gets the fucking exclamation point over their head, and then you have to hide. And, like, that's you essentially taking your hide action and then rolling that stealth action to see if you can evade it.
Got it.
In this instance, it was more of, can you guys work together to quietly kind of get around this mound of a creature you're not entirely sure? The issue is, out of character, Pass Without Trace wouldn't have worked because it doesn't look with its eyes. It has what's known as tremor sense, where basically it senses feeling in the ground that it's a worm. So if it was any other creature that blends itself off of sight, smell, or like the normal perception skill, essentially, Pass Without Trace would work really well as long as you don't have direct eye contact, like they don't have direct line of sight with you.
Yeah.
But because this is essentially a worm that has tremor sense, is that your Pass Without Trace would only work to a point of you basically trying to make as little vibration as possible. But that's a lot harder to do because you still have to walk, and a lot of you guys are either large characters or carrying heavy gear. And so those vibrations are going to happen regardless.
Yeah.
But yeah, but for future context, if you're like, okay, we need to sneak around this guy, before any, like, be like, yeah, we want to roll stealth, or I'm like, all right, I need you guys to roll stealth to get past this guy because he's going to be looking for you. You guys be like, all right, before we head out, let's go ahead and cast Pass Without Trace or Darkness or whatever, to basically give us that up on the next roll that we're going to be doing for it.
Okay.
Basically, the way I've always seen it with utility spells along that line, which is like Pass Without Trace utility, other things like Long Strider and stuff like that are utility, where much like if you've ever seen someone play or played The Witcher or like Mass Effect or anything like that, where you have items before you go into fights, like Dark Souls, where you have potions and stuff that you take before you get into a bout. That's the same kind of way with utility spells in D&D. Is that if you know you're about to get into a spat or a situation that is going to require something that boosts, you want to do it before so it lasts until the thing is over. Because most of those spells are like, oh, it lasts 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, whatever. And like that is way more than enough time to maneuver around something or do it. Because like even a minute in combat is 10 rounds. So even if a spell's like, oh, it lasts a minute, outside of combat, yeah, that's a very small amount of time to do anything exciting. But like if you're casting it while you're in combat and you're in the actual initiative steps, that will last forever, for what it feels like forever, as you're just kind of running with it.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, but that's where we're going to be walking into. And then what it looks like is that since you guys took very strange and advantageous solutions to certain problems, we won't be spending 2 sessions in the marsh. So next session, you guys will be fighting the Great Barnacle, and then you'll be heading into the Old Keep, with whatever that holds for you.
Very interesting.
Oh,
well,
it's gonna be
time to test out some of my new monk abilities.
How the fuck? That was paused.
I.
Did you unpause it?
No, I didn't.
It was paused.
I promise you, I did not.
Who unpaused what? What's happening?
I don't think I have that.
Son of a bitch.
I don't think I have that ability to unpause things.
What are you talking about? What happened?
I'm so
fucking
confused.
hate you so damn much right now.
Redeemed a fucking full beard workup.
Yeah.
I've just been a
Been a gremlin, as always.
gremlin all night. It's fine.
But yeah. So do you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns before we close it out until next Saturday?
Shit, I don't know.
I'm just ready for a fight.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad. I've been the only one that had action tonight.
Well, no one was supposed to have action tonight. Tonight was supposed to be spooky fun times for me. Because it's going to be like, ah, yes, scary creatures, scary swamp, run, hide, do things. And y'all were like, no.
Yeah, that didn't work out very well for you.
I mean, it was still fun times. It just wasn't spooky.
I mean, it's like...
Hey, so what would happen if I rolled an 8 on that athletics throwing the frog?
Probably wouldn't have gone where you wanted it. Probably would have gone somewhere else. Who's to say where?
So, but I mean, like, how often do you get to describe someone fucking wrestling a big ass gator
Just
twice?
subduing a bull gator so that you can use it as a companion. Never in any of my games have I ever had someone fucking wrestle a gator Florida Man style to gain it as a companion. That was a first for me. Which is surprising to think about, is that I don't have a lot of firsts anymore for doing this for so long. And that was the first time it was like, spooky gator. And like most people be like, alright, we're going to try and defuse the gators, or get away from them, or taunt them, or bait them, or whatever. Tora's like, nah, I'm going the fuck in there. What do you mean you're going in there? I'm going in there. I am beating up some fucking gators. And it's like, alright, I fucking guess. Like, sure.
Yeah. So normally I'm assuming, like, if you've done something like that, it's been like what Rage did on the first gator to kind of like get its attention.
Yeah. It's like, it was very much, whenever I put something like that in front of people, it was very much like the sunken pit during the first gator, where it looks really suspicious, and so they spend 10, 15, 20 minutes trying to figure out what it is, and it's like, oh yeah, it's just a hole in the ground. Like, it's just the water eroded the pathway, and now your feet are gross. You know?
Yeah.
Other times it's like, oh yeah, you didn't check your corners, and now you got a snake biting you in the ass. Like, it's what would have happened if Finrod didn't use the fucking scythe on the vines. Is that there was 3 large vine snakes in there that would have given you guys some problems. But it's like, so it's like I expect it to a certain point, because dealing with my other players, like all the players I've dealt over the years have had like really weird styles. I had one player who hated puzzles with a passion. It would be like, oh, you're putting this in front of us? Cool, we're blowing it up and going through it because fuck puzzles. He was just like, no, I'm not dealing with your shit. And I was like, fair enough. Like, if you can prove to me that you can do it, then you can do it. Like, if you have the materials and everything else. And it's other times it was like, oh, we're going to overcomplicate this puzzle meant for 5-year-olds. Like, it's a roll of the fucking dice, literally, depending on what happens. But with this, it was going to be more of, okay, you can either fight these creatures and they're going to beat the shit out of you, or they're going to cause problems, to where you guys either evaded or took the right actions to kind of get away from or negate those problems. And then fucking, instead of dealing with gators in a normal sense, you're like, I'm gonna suplex the motherfucker. And then it's just like, it was such an odd turn of events for the whole scenario, because like, it's because with this, when I'm trying to set up horror, it's really hard to do it in D&D because you're not feeling it. Like, it's you want to set up low stakes stuff, you want to kind of give it that tension and the whole like, oh, something's behind you. But when you're basing a lot of stuff off of dice rolls, it's really hard to set up that kind of tension, because I could be like, coverall, you hear twig snap behind you, And he's like, I roll perception and I get a fucking 26. I'm like, okay, well, you can clearly see that someone fucking stepped on the fucking stick. Like, unless they somehow beat your 26 in your stealth. Like, I could narratively bullshit and be like, oh, you turn around and see nothing. But then I'm cheating myself out of it, because if you're in this situation, you roll that high and you're looking that hard, you're going to find whatever you're looking for. Now, if it's like, oh, it's camouflage, like it's active camo, like there's a demon
Fucking
that does it.
predator.
Yeah, there's an extra planar theme that does that. There's like the predator. If you bring that into the game, it does that. Where it's like, yeah, you can perceive all you want, but you physically can't see it. Like, you could see, like, oh, you see, like, a mirage, and it's like, that's the most you get. So it's really hard to balance it. And then also, I didn't want to just hit you guys with the entire wave of creatures, because you would not have a good time. There was a lot of creatures where if I put too many in, would give you guys a run for your money. Or would, like, severely incapacitate or hurt you. And so it's like one of those things, I'm like, alright, I'm trying to balance it along the lines of, how do I set it up where they're having to problem solve, they're having to play it safe, they're having to follow the idea of it, but I'm also not just going to TPK them within the first 10 minutes of the session. And so with a lot of these homebrew creatures, it's hard, and especially with certain parties, because, like, you guys have the DPS and the hit points to basically be like, no, go fuck yourself. Like, it doesn't matter what's in front of you. Between Finrod's elemental bullshit that he has, between Tovar and his primal rage, between rage and his bow and his stuff he's picked up for Hunter, Coverall and his smiting and his mace stuff, and then Mandie with her wild shape and her boogle, you guys have the utility, the DPS, and the tankiness to kind of deal with a lot of different problems. And so it's hard to find that balance of, oh, I'm going to hit you with a bunch of fucking gators, but then be like, oh shit, it's getting out of hand, and the gators are killing you because they're rolling really fucking high. You know, it's that whole problem of that, it's the difference between, like, a video game and something that's a tabletop, where in a video game, if you're doing this as a raid, it's, you guys have your own actions, you're doing it simultaneously, it's happening instantaneously, you know, it's, you're doing things that are coordinated. But in here, it's like, okay, it's stepwise, but it's coordinated stepwise, but it's now also based off RNG, which adds that extra layer of, Tovar could be tanky as shit, like, you could be doing fucking wonders, and you get to a fight that should be really easy, and you just fuck up every swing, and just get your ass blasted by a goblin. Like, just, that's something that can happen, is you can just be killed by a Sierra 1 goblin, because he rolls really high and just, like, I don't know, just takes your kidneys, or something. Like, yeah, so that was the whole issue. I'm like, alright, how do I make it scary and then be like, okay, we need to run and not fight everything, but also make it so it's like, you guys will have to think of solutions other than just running through, because then you'll just get mobbed.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you guys liked it, because the next part's gonna be not good for you.
Swear to God, if you kill the fucking gator that I just got.
I really hate that smile. Thanks.
It's I soundboard and bake my ideas with a buddy of mine I work with, just because if I can tell it to him of how I want to do it, and it sounds really good, and he agrees with it, that means that it's a good plan that's going to work for you guys. Because again, I'm still trying to run this as a very beginner focused game, where it's kind of introducing you to a lot of these different factors. It's not going super hard or super serious in any direction. Like, it's just very basic, straightforward. You're all playing different classes and you're working together. Go figure. But it's like with other games I've run, I'm like, oh, all these people are like crazy as shit, so it's time to bring up the crazy shit. But bouncing stuff off of him has helped me kind of figure out where I want to bring you guys going forward. And so for you guys, because you kind of cut a session time out because you cleared the pathway so quickly, you're going to get into the next part, which I am going to love, because I designed it very interestingly. So we're going to see how it plays out. And then my Sunday folks are in for a treat. That's gonna be a lot of fun for them tomorrow. But that's all I have. If you guys have any questions, comments, or concerns, let me know. Otherwise, that's basically it. We're gonna have to catch Nosh up on stuff whenever he decides to show up. But we'll cross the bridge when we get there. But did you all have fun and enjoy yourselves?
Yeah, I have a fucking pet gator now.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't appreciate you hurting my BOOGLE.
I had to pull you into the woods somehow.
I don't appreciate you hurting my BOOGLE.
I got to decapitate some snakes, so I'm good with it.
By
Some
accident.
snakes?
decapitating
Snakes.
snakes.
Thanks for
fucking
being here,
wrestling
Braddy.
gators.
I just... Brady came
Throwing
in from
frogs
Riexis
as
and is
bombs.
like, I'm still processing the RKO of the gator. It's like, yeah, I'm also still processing the RKO of the gator.
Hey,
Thanks for stopping it. With
Okay.
that, you beautiful people, if we got nothing else, you guys are good to go. I'm going to roll out and end the stream here. We'll find a good dude to raid and get them some stuff. Looking forward to next weekend. Warning to you guys, it's going to be emotional. There will be emotions. So prepare yourselves for that. Yes, Salty is Florida Man. Tovar has become the epitome of Florida Man. So we'll see how that plays out for him, Con. It's a pretty bold move.
Yeah, he out Florida man me this time.
Did
I was
out-Florida
smacking his
Yeah.
tail. I was smacking his tail. He fucking suplexes it.
You were trying so hard to be like, all right, I'm gonna try and get him to go here. I'm gonna try and do this. I'm gonna try this, and it was just like, I'm just gonna yeet him. And it was like, what? I'm gonna fucking yeet him.
And then fucking just swan diving into the fucking
I don't
The
know.
small
the swan
puppy
puppy
does
have a
not
name.
have a name yet.
No,
Not
it's
yet.
Salty is figuring one out, and then he's going to let us know when he does.
Yeah,
What is it
temporarily
for the
it's
time
big
being?
fuck off gator.
Yeah, the BFG, the big fuck off gator. But yeah,
Shit.
with that, I'm glad you guys had fun. That's the whole idea of it. Even though it wasn't as much of a horror game as I wanted it to be, having you guys kind of freak out at certain points and then decide whether you want to throw explosive frogs or not was very good. No, I'm not gonna kill the gator outright to spite anyone. If it happens, it happens. I don't do things out of spite. Just because it taints the game. It makes it unflavorful. So no, I'm not gonna yet. No, don't put words in my mouth, Carson. Don't try to make it sound like I'm planning something.
That's not true. You made us face fucking spiders twice now to spite Mandie.
No, it wasn't
mean-
even out of spite of man. The first one, you went into a haunted house. You went into a basement that had been derelict, and there was a hole in the wall, and you could have easily just fucking left. And no, you guys were like, no, we're gonna go poke it. We're gonna go figure out what it is. And I was like, there are four orbs.
Whoa.
What?
There was one person who fucking said, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go poke it."
Oh yeah, that's
Everybody
right.
else
It's the
was taking
person.
too long.
Oh, they're trying to out me, but it's one of those things of like, Mandy was the one that went and poked the spider in the first one. You guys could have just fucking left. The reveal of the Petty. Oh no, they haven't seen Petty. If I ever get, because I'm planning on doing a like D&D podcast on like Tuesdays, depending on if my buddies that I have done games with are free. We will talk about the kind of petty stuff that the four of us have done as DMs before, where there has been some petty exchanges, but not in this game. I've been trying to be very good with my fantastic individuals that are here. Well, there was one time I was being petty, and that was because with Nosh, he rubbed fucking nacho cheese on Fausta.
Oh
Uh,
god.
yeah.
I was
That was-
too. I freaking buff Fausta.
I will.
He deserved
I
that.
will admit that was a bit of a spiteful action on my end, but it was also like I was just feeling the like I was like, okay, if I was Fausta, how would react? Oh, I'm just gonna beat the shit out of him.
I kind of
Rightfully
wish
so.
I was there for that.
Oh,
Oh, it was
That was
funny. They
really
fucking
the
made
only-
money
It was
off of
good.
him.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, we did.
Because just
yeah.
it was after the whole Mardi Gras problem, and they got back to the carriage, and Nosh was like, "Oh, I'm still covered in cheese." And it's like, "All right, go fucking clean yourself off." He was like, "I'm gonna rub it on Fausta," and it was like, "Why?" I asked him 3 times. I was like, "Why are you doing this?" He's like, "I'm just gonna do it." I'm like, "Why are you doing this? Like, you know what's gonna happen." He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do it anyways." I'm like, "Why are you doing this?" Well, Brad, it's not that not cheese over yourself was a problem. It's the fact that, so, context to that, they went to a city before this, where they wound up chasing down a resurrected hero, who was naked through a city that was having essentially a Mardi Gras, for their harvest festival. So Mandie and Nosh, who's our other player that wasn't here tonight, decided to strip down and just run after it while everyone else stayed clothed and geared. And Nosh wound up getting hit in the head with a beer mug and falling into essentially a large plate of quote unquote nachos, if you will. And so he was covered in essentially cheese sauce. And so then when they wound up coming back, they're like, okay, well, we need to go get our clothes. So they went back to the carriage where Fausta, who's the DM NPC, was basically watching over the carriage and just kind of chilling out, eating a funnel cake. Nosh was like, oh, I'm going to get the cheese off me so I can put my clothes back on, and just decided to take a whole handful of it off of his body and rub it on the paladin, who has saved the life of this party twice and basically pulled them out of the rubble in their intros. Oh yeah, his priorities are correct if he's going to be a chaos gremlin.
Yeah.
that's the long and short of it at that point. But yeah, and so he rubbed cheese on Fausta, who was at that point a level 8 paladin, and Nosh was a level 3 fighter, and the party went and got funnel cakes, came back, placed bets, made like 50 something gold off of Nosh getting his ass beat by the paladin. So it was all in all a good day, but it was just like, wow. I mean, Brady, you were coming from Riexis' chat. I imagine you were a chaos gremlin like the rest of these people here.
I was about to say, like, if you not listen to my shit, like...
You're not outing yourself, I expected, at this point. Riexis, don't play coy. Don't play innocent. You be quiet.
Alright, guys.
But with that, get out of here, everybody. Go do a fucking
I'll have a
sleep
good
or
one.
whatever. I will see
Everyone
all
have
of
a
you
good night.
guys later or next Saturday, whichever comes first. Thank you, everyone, for coming in and checking out the stream. Make sure you check out the rest of the players in here. They're fantastic. They stream sometimes, maybe often. And we'll see you next Saturday for another
That's a
episode.
lie.
It's not a lie.
Bye,
I'll
guys.
have to figure out a fun name for next week's
See ya.
session.
Later.
We'll cross that bridge.
Night, guys.
Yeah, night, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow, Brady. I appreciate it wholeheartedly. None of my buds are on. Oh, everyone's going to sleep. So that doesn't help me in the slightest. Oh, well. I guess no raid tonight because none of the people I work with are on. That's alright. Alright, y'all. Peace out, and we'll see you next Saturday. If you want to, I stream Sundays as well. You can pop in then for another D&D session. Bye-bye, y'all.